What's up? It's hump day.
It is indeed Wednesday, the 12th day now of May. How we doing?
Doing good. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Suji and D Love. What are you talking about, Suji? I don't know. What is that? I'm not a Deanne Shield. I don't know what you're talking about, Suji. I don't know. Explain to me. I've been Googling to
I
try to
don't know.
out there trying to figure that out, but I don't know. Do you know what's going on? Anyway,
No.
hello everyone. Hello.
Oh
Hello.
no.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
There
Oh,
is a lot going on. Good to have you aboard this afternoon. For those joining over on Twitch, we are up on YouTube. We're over on Periscope and La La Land, somewhere over there. I don't know where. Never checked it, but D Live, we are out there as well. Over on Trovo, our backup platform, and last but not least, good to have you aboard if you're joining from over on the Foxhole app. Rebby41. Ooh, what's this? No, you're tuning into a whole bunch of shows here for about the next 4 hours. So stick around, learn something, and enjoy the show.
yeah, Joan and Printer. Hello. I've seen his name around all the time. John Jordan, Mary Schmidt. Um, I don't know. Jane Grover. I'm trying to. Susie, I really don't know what you're talking about. Nobody told me anything about a mouse. I don't. Okay, listen. I'm gonna say this to people out there. Just FYI. I've been in this shit for a long time. I don't listen to rumors, ass breaking. I don't do the rumor mill. I don't do the gossip train. I don't do none of that crap. I base my reality off what I have seen from you, regardless of what anybody says or does. Trust me, if I've got issues with a person, it's because I have seen it firsthand or I've watched it. For what I've done for the soapbox for 3 years, trying to manage the host and all that. There's 40 people over there. If I believe rumors, it'd be a ghost town. Okay, because you put that many volunteers together in one space, they're going to be damn cat fighting, and somebody's going to make somebody mad, and they're going to have something to say about somebody. Listen, it happens, and I'm not calling out any one individual over there, but it does happen. I see it happens all the damn time. So I don't do all that. I promise you, I don't. I could care
Yeah,
less what somebody
we
else
ain't
says.
got time for that.
I don't. I don't. I don't. I mean, it's trust me. This is to me. This that stuff is like high school, man. I got bigger fish to fry, so I don't need to go. But I just want to make that clear. I promise you, I don't. I have tried to fall victim to it a couple times. If so I trust somebody a lot, because I trust that person. But yeah, I've just had too much experience in my time to be like people just trying to call shit if they mad at somebody. So I just don't do it.
Well,
Now, what's up? What's up? Huh?
we have got a fairly packed show today, so if you don't mind, I may just get into it so we have time to actually get through it all because there is a short stack of stuff to get through here. And let's see here, where'd I go?
Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit going on, that's for sure.
Well, we are at war. Let me put it very succinctly. If you're not paying attention, we are indeed at war when they are trying to take out our infrastructure at this point. And I think I'll jump into that here momentarily. But let me start off with this one, at least from the economic side, because I covered this a little bit yesterday by way of what's going on with the labor shortage, the fact that we got Congress paying people to stay home. They want to basically, it's what's called creative destruction, folks. If you're not familiar with the term, look it up. Creative destruction. It's a plan by which the Federal Reserve will print dollars to infinity. It's part of the Cloward Piven tactics net to destroy a nation from the bottom up, top down, squeeze the middle. Every tactic that they have, they are going to deploy and are deploying as we speak. And that being said, if you look at what is now playing out with this gas shortage, inflation, and everything else, this BS that you got Janet Yellen and old Powell, Jay Powell over at the Federal Reserve saying, oh, it's transitory. Well, that means nothing. They don't give a shit about what's going on from their ivory towers because at the end of the day, they aren't you and I. We're the ones that have to deal with the ramifications of going out buying lumber, going out buying food, getting copper pipe when your stuff blows up after Texas freeze. All those things have been on the rise for the last several months. and it's about to boil over. So that being said, the
And
biggest,
before you go on, let me ask real quick while you're talking. Out there in chat, is where I think the gas is mostly affecting the South, the southern states.
yeah,
Has it? If
I'm gonna
you're
get
down
into it.
there and you're listening, you just start let me know. I'll start reading in chat if you want to. Who's being affected? Because where I am, the small little town in
Yep,
Tennessee I'm at, we seem to
that's
be pretty good.
my
I
next
just
couple,
called
two,
my
three
dad.
stories. So,
Yeah, no, I'm just asking people in chat breaking if they want to, chime
yep.
in, and I'm looking in chat. Go ahead.
Yep. So anyway, consumer prices in more than a decade is understated by half. This by Joe Carson today out of Alliance Bernstein. Inflation has arrived, evident by the 4.2% gain in the consumer price index over the past 12 months. But the most significant increase since 2008 still is not fully capturing quote unquote experienced inflation, since it is missing the rise in housing inflation. And that's one thing that I really haven't talked a whole hell of a lot about. But in the last year, this is the dichotomy of what is going on in the economy as we speak. Is that you got people fleeing the cities because of tyranny and lockdowns and everything else, or fleeing the blue states, the blue cities net, and going to more red states net where you got more freedom. Obviously, we vote with our feet, with our dollars. And in doing so, over the last year now, housing prices have gone through the roof. And it's baffling, to say the least, as to why housing prices, because of demand, people voting with their feet. There's not enough inventory on the marketplace. Stuff that is on the marketplace, people are actually getting into bidding wars and everything else, bidding up. Like there was a case here in the last couple of days where they talked about in California stuff bidding over $1 million over the asking price. I mean, this is the ridiculousness of this, what is called the K-shaped quote unquote recovery after this forced breaking of the economy by the Dems and all these little tin pot tyrannists across the country. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that April consumer prices rose 0.8% from the prior month. Also, the widely followed core prices, which excludes food and energy, rose 0.9%, pushing that subindex to a 3% gain in the past 12 months, the biggest increase since 1995. However, the acceleration of core consumer prices in the past 12 months is unlike that of 1995. Owner's rent, which accounts for roughly 1/3 of the core index, is up only 2% or 100 basis points below the core reading. In 1995, the 3% core reading included an even bigger 3.5% rise in owner's rent. So the rise in core inflation in 2021 is much broader than what happened more than 2.5 decades ago. And here's how they kind of depict that. The bottom line, I'm just going to hit the high points here. The old CPI included house prices. Inserting house prices in place of the non-market owner rents reported inflation would have been twice the 4.2% gain. So you see how they do this, folks? Just like with everything else, they manipulate the numbers behind the scenes. They've done it with GDP over the years. You can't reasonably track GDP from one year to the next because depending on what regime is in place, they'll manipulate it to make it look favorable. Same thing as what they do with unemployment. You can't say that we've got 6% unemployment. In reality, we're probably north of 15 to 20% unemployment at this point. Inflation cycles feed on easy money, so the odds increase with each passing day that the new inflation cycle will not prove to be quote unquote transitory. What our folks over at the Federal Reserve and now the Treasury, former head of the Fed, Janet Yellen, are telling us. So it's all smoke and mirrors. It's BS. You and I feel that on the streets every single day. And so, what better way to control a populace, folks? You know, one of the tenets of communism is this: how do you bring a nation to heel? How do you bring a nation to heel? Take away their ability to get food at an affordable price, right? What is the backbone of our economy? Transportation. How do you get food from point A to B? Well, because everything is now corporatized, all of our food comes from all over the damn world. Nobody grows their own stuff anymore. So guess what? Everything has to be transported to your local grocery store rather than us grow our own and do our own bartering and trading, right? And so look at what's happening here down in the southeast. Suddenly we have this little pipeline disruption by way of some dark web hack, supposedly, right? Doesn't it sound an awful lot like what happened with Texas here back in February? From the Texas power grid collapse to the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack now, And now another story we got is this I-40 bridge crack. Infrastructure in the U.S. appears to be miserably failing. Are these compelling reasons that the Dems will push for the passage of Biden's infrastructure bill? Or is it a little bit more nefarious? You decide. In any case, this story,
At
go
least
ahead.
I have something to say there. Maybe if I pause after the story, so if I want to add something, I don't have to bring up my articles because you're already covering it. But like whatever, I said this to you last night, and I'll say somebody who just brought it up out in chat. Talia. So the trucking industry can't keep drivers on the staff. I think that's the shit people aren't thinking about, because
That's
I'm
true.
watching all these people complain on Facebook about not being able to mow yards because they're in the lawn service. And trust me, I get it. It sucks for you. But the bigger picture is, I think, like she just brought up and I tried to mention last night, is like people aren't thinking about the truck drivers. Because you
Yeah.
ain't got truck drivers, you don't get food, you don't get all the stuff you need. So, and one other thing, did you say something about electric cars? Did you bring that up? Because I was reading chat. Somebody said something about electric cars.
Well, I mean, there is that tenet
Yeah.
too. Obviously, in order to bring about their mass monetary theory and their carbon neutral tenets of
Well,
communism.
I just simply asked that yes or no question because this was one of the things I had brought up today, and I'm going to show you this. I'm going to steal this for quickly and show you this report. Biden Energy Secretary receives waiver to dump massive amount of electric bus company stocks. Again, this is how you manipulate the politicians, and how you let politicians basically crap all over the economy, as you give them an insight on whether or not somebody's going to get some kind of grant, and then you allow all these people to have massive stocks in it, either buy more or sell them. And so he gave a waiver to dump a bunch of electric bus. So I just thought that was interesting because somebody in chat brought it up, and so I thought maybe you had brought it up while I was reading chat. So there you go. That's what I'm going to dump this article because I thought that was pretty shitty that he gives this lady this waiver, and all of us would be stuck with that. That's what I'm getting at. You as Americans, we would be stuck with that. If that company tanked or went bankrupt, we would lose too. But if you're a politician in America, you get the inside baseball. There you go.
So back to this story. Again, this came out, and this has been an ongoing thing since this Colonial pipeline business broke net here a couple days back. But now nearly 2,000 gas stations out of fuel as panic hoarding hammers the southeast. This thing's been updated several times throughout the day. So I'm actually going to walk this thing backwards from when it first came out just to highlight the number of states and percentage of gas stations that are now without fuel, as this has been updated throughout the day. So starting off this morning, gas stations from Florida to Virginia ran dry and prices at the pump skyrocketed late Tuesday as a hack attack on the biggest U.S. fuel pipeline extends onto the fifth day. Tuesday evening, 17 states and D.C. declared emergency declarations to address fuel shortages. The emergency declaration covers Alabama, Arkansas, D.C., Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. And here you can see the lay of the pipeline net and how far it extends across the seaboard states and that Atlantic, Southeast, et cetera, et cetera. Gas Buddy shares fuel shortage data of other metros. And again, this was early this morning from last night's poll. 71% of stations in Metro Charlotte are without gas, over 61% in Wilmington, North Carolina, without gas, 72% of gas stations in Raleigh, 37% Myrtle Beach, nearly 60% of stations in Norfolk, Virginia, 60% of gas stations Metro Atlanta, already held steady since 1 a.m. amongst Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Maryland, and Virginia. Nearly 1,800 stations are currently out of gas. As of midnight, here's the breakdown. You can see by state 15.4%, high as 24.8% through North Carolina. Again, the EPA also issued an emergency fuel waiver on Tuesday for refiners to reformulate gas in the mid-Atlantic area. The waiver extends through May 18th for fuel sold in Virginia, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera. Again, the FBI is accusing this hack group, DarkSide, of the ransomware attack. And of course, let's flash forward a little bit here as this thing has been updated. That you can obviously see some of these stations, people putting their various posts net over on Twitter. And here you get some lunacy. No, that's not how best to store gasoline in plastic. Please don't do that. Please find actual red certified containers to put that stuff in. I'm
No, we
surprised.
call that Darwin's Law. Let that shit
Well,
happen.
yeah, but that's a
Survival of the
waste of
fittest,
gas.
bitches. If you see some shit blowing up 3 houses down, just be like,
Well,
let's
yeah.
open a gene pool for this thing. But hang on, before you keep going, because you're going to just roll on by. So let me just stop. So a Nobly Noble said petrol is up 75%. Wait a minute. Petrol is up to 75% cheaper in the U.S. compared to Britain. How much is freaking gas in the UK? And you go ahead, I'm going to read chat. But how much is gas over there? It's my dad, anecdotal, said again, if gas is fine where I live. He said they have jacked it up about 30 cents a gallon. It was about 240 yesterday. He says it's about 270 now. So go ahead. I'm going to
Yeah.
how much is gas in the UK? Is that
It's
shit?
gonna be in pounds, but you might get a better read from those in the euro because I think the euro. I don't know what the rate is between the U.S. dollar and euro these days. If we're pretty well on parity, if it's about a 1.2 multiplier, but they also measure in liters, so you'll have to quadruple it in order to basically get the equivalent of gallons. Um,
And by the way, bringing up that bag thing. Listen, I was researching, studying a video last night about how women think men should do all this stuff for them, but women ain't got to do a damn thing. And so you might see something new come out from here. I'm trying to do something with the at least one other woman and maybe another one to like to highlight like the literal lunacy. It's for example, somebody just said there's complete idiots and people putting gas in plastic bags. There was a freaking lady. He was on. He's a life coach or whatever. He's a pretty popular one, and he coaches black women mostly. They call into his show and he kind of smacks them upside the head because they're sitting there saying, "Well, men should do this, men should do that." Anyway, he says to her, he says, okay, so like say shit hits the fan, right? And who's going to be the one that goes out and hunts and survives? And she's like, well, I live. He said says that she was going to drive 2.5 miles to a lake, and he said she would just get water. He said, do you think you can just drink water out of the lake? She was like, yep, you sure can. He said, and then her dumb ass thinks she's going to drive there when nobody else is going to do anything to her. She's just like she's going to go to Macy's and pick up some water during a damn apocalypse and just drive back and drink that shit. See, again, clearing out the gene pool. So anyway,
yeah.
go ahead. I just thought
So
it was
I
funny.
see Nobby Noble say about $1.30 sterling ish a liter. Blue Eyes 72 says about $1.70 sterling a gallon. So multiply that times four, whatever the
Jesus, y'all shit's $5-6 a gallon.
well, that's about yeah, that's about right. I think that's pretty well held steady,
No, that
probably
ain't
on
right. That's
par.
wrong, dude. What are you talking
Well,
about? That's all fine.
with you, but I'm saying with California prices, that's probably about on par. Uh,
We're hoping that the UK is not as stupid as California. Okay, that's our redheaded stepchild that hangs out over there on the beach coast where they snorting up down, eating too many damn mushrooms. Okay,
now,
the whole of UK is charging $6 a gallon. Y'all got damn
yeah.
problems.
Anyway, continuing on the last update at the moment on this particular article highlighting the percentage of gas stations out. This was just before showtime here. Alabama is now up to 7%. DC is up to 10% of stations. Florida is 11%. Georgia, 43% of stations across the state are now without gas. Kentucky, it's 2%. Maryland, 11%. Mississippi at 5%. North Carolina now reporting 65% of stations now without petrol. South Carolina, 43%. Tennessee, 16%. Virginia, 44%. West Virginia at 4%. Even before the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack, the company searched for a cybersecurity chief, according to Bloomberg. Here's the posting. So, interesting that they would have a job posting on LinkedIn and then all of a sudden they have this attack, isn't it? So, again, folks, consider this. Back in February, we had the Texas power grid collapse. We had the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack. And of course, yesterday we also find about the I-40 bridge and that having a crack. Who knows how much traffic goes across there, how much of a bottleneck that may create as they have to divert to other bridges and whatnot to get across the Mississippi, etc. But make no mistake, folks, they have declared war on you and I. That being said, Gateway Pundit also had this. Just in, Governor DeSantis declared state of emergency over the gas shortage in Florida. Hashtag Biden gas lines. Governor DeSantis Tuesday evening declared a state of emergency over Florida's gas shortage after hackers caused the Colonial Pipeline to shut down. DeSantis and the state's attorney general is on the lookout for price gouging. According to Fox 13, between 1/3 and half of gas stations in Florida are out of gas. And this was last night, I believe. So they've apparently got a little bit different figures than what I just read. Long lines and gas shortages are being reported in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. Panic buying Escambia County caused gas prices to surge. Here we see some of the fallout. This one's rather interesting. Watch this. See that?
They literally just changed it.
Let me watch real close to the red numbers here. 429, 329.
They literally.
Wow. No gouging going on anywhere. We'll just quickly sneak that in as if, like on election night, we'll just fudge some numbers here and shift them one way or the other. Gas shortages and long lines, Biden gas lines in Quincy, Florida. Here's some more folks posting, et cetera, et cetera. Governor DeSantis' executive order says the disruption of Colonial Pipeline operation poses a significant and immediate threat to the continued delivery of such fuel products to the state of Florida and many other states located in the eastern U.S. There you have it. Governor Roy Cooper also declared a state of emergency over North Carolina's gas shortage. So again, folks, we are at war. They have declared war on the populace. It's about.
It says here it transports 2.5 million barrels per day of.
And, there's an element of that, yes, but obviously it's a slippery slope when you start having the government step in trying to mandate what prices should be. You see this every time that we have hurricanes blow through. People always go down to their local big box stores to try and find generators, and are surprised, obviously, to find out that generators, instead of it being, say, $150 for 10,000 watt generator or whatever, now is $500. Well, yeah, people might say that's price gouging, but reality says, hey, it's an emergency. You only have so much supply, and you have people who are willing to pay whatever price to get their stuff back up and running. That's typical supply and demand, yes. And so when the demand outpaces supply, then yes, you can command a higher price for that. So again, it's, I don't know, splitting hairs here, obviously, but nonetheless.
I think that the issue is the same thing with Facebook or Twitter, in a sense of the word, where they're kicking off people because they don't like what kind of speech they have, and they don't. You got the same thing. You're talking about gasoline, that people require it to go to work, right, when they finally get their job back, do their lawn care business, transfer food and groceries and shit with semis. I mean, you're talking about a product that, is pretty essential to life. Getting what people need to shove down their gullet in order to survive.
Yeah.
And so, it's so it'll cripple the trucking industry. The trucking industry will have to charge more for their products. So in turn, it's going to screw us even more. So it's kind of like that situation where you watch all these damn people sitting around at the Senate hearings, getting these massive freaking bailouts of millions and millions of dollars, and how they got there was flying there on their private jets. You figure out later on they gave each of the CEOs and shit $1 million bonuses and crap. They're bailing out all these businesses that we don't give two shits about. But when this kind of stuff happens, it's like, oh, down with the little people. Because it's funny to me that the Biden administration said that this is a private company and they're not getting involved. But if it's Maxine Waters' husband, her bank's going to get bailed out. So this is just a do fuckery of, another a political system that, like I said, I had this article before you show that one because you're gonna hang on. I'm gonna show this one because you were talking for like the last 20 minutes. I'm gonna show you this. When he was talking, I had this up pulled for today that the Xi Jinping talks chaos pandemic provides favorable situation for the CCP. So it's like that he knows exactly what's going on. Why do you think that they make all these fake accounts on Twitter and Facebook? Yeah, a lot of those accounts that you fight with on Twitter that have like Deb 7377577 and it's a picture of an avatar and an egghead, that's a Chinese account. They get paid 50 cents a post. You saw the images. So a lot of the times these people that really get you ticked off on Twitter and shit are probably from China, and that's their intent. That's what they're trying to do. But so there, I had this up, and then this is the one where it's 120 retired generals, military officers signed letter warning of conflict between Marxism and constitutional freedom. So again, the breaking point about, what's going on in this country. We're watching the southern border get flooded every single day with thousands and thousands and thousands of illegal immigrants. It's so bad they're just walking across the Rio Grande in broad daylight with the damn coyote that's dragging them across. He's just handing them over to the border patrol, and then the coyote's turning back around to go get some more people. It's like, it's like freaking Western Sizzler buffet table. Come one, come all. I mean, it's bad down there. I can't imagine being in Texas. And they found 4 little kids. Was it yesterday or the day before? One of these little girls couldn't even, she was so little, she couldn't even walk. She was sitting out there with 3 other little kids. I think the oldest one was probably 8 or 9. And a Texas rancher found them. The little girl that was probably a year old, she was so dehydrated, she couldn't even walk. I mean, they are just dumping people, okay? You take our kids, you dump them there, they'll get to the border patrol, they'll find us, and then they think, what, they're going to bring them over here? What do you think that's going to happen to them kids? It ain't going to be pretty. It ain't like those kids are going to come over and sing to them about y'all. They have every intention to traffic these kids. They just found 90 people in a house in Houston. 90. These are not people that walked up to the border patrol. These are people that got by them while they was dealing with all the 272,000 that is walking up to them. It's bad. So what do you do to a country to cripple it? What do? You crack down on its infrastructure. You cripple it. What's happening with the pipeline? You try and destroy its laws and make its laws useless. Look what's happening to our southern border. Look what's happening now with our police station. Look what happened in what I can't remember the name of that town in Texas, started with a P, where all those people stood out in the middle of the highway and the cops let them, didn't do a damn thing, arrested the guy that told them to get the hell out of the way. And this is in Texas. Country boy, Western Texas, arrested the guy that got out of his car and told him to get the hell out of the way. That's why I called my sheriff and mayor here where I live, and I was like, you better be damned. You better hold on to your hats. You ever do some shit around there like that shit. Let people like that come down here and dictate to us how we're going to live. You are nuts. But you better call yours, especially if you live in America, because it's getting freaking bad. But anyway, that's what I wanted to bring up. There's apparently all these guys got together, 124 of them. We're going to fight for our survival as a constitutional republic like no other time since our founding in 1776. The conflict is between supporters of socialism and Marxism for supporters of constitutional freedom and liberty, stated the letter, which was signed by 124 former generals and admirals. So just again, remember, and that's why they're trying to push this critical race theory, right? While they're trying to push the 1619 project and the Lincoln project. And so the breaking point look what's happening over in the UK, where they're flooding in all these people that do not have the same beliefs, right? And respect, for your laws and your country and your women. That is what I don't know. All right, there you go. That's just wanted to say that because it had everything to do with what you were saying.
All right. Well, back to the old pipeline situation. I stumbled across this scouring articles here today out of Activist Post. Now, Michigan's governor wants to shut down another fuel pipeline. So old Gretchen Whitmer rears her ugly head yet again, as if it weren't bad enough. The draconian measures they took as part of the lockdown measures under the COVID crap from last year, physically cordoning off aisles on various box stores to where you can't buy seeds, Now she wants to do this, says, as the entirety of the Southeast United States hunts for gas and wonders if they're going to be able to make their way to their jobs the next day as a result of an alleged cyber attack on the Colonial Pipeline. Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer is now attempting to shut down another pipeline running through her state. As a result, the state of Michigan has told Enbridge, a Canadian energy company, that it has to shut down an oil and gas pipeline by May 11th. What's even more strange in closing down a pipeline at a time when the entire southeast of the country faces a gas shortage is that Whitmer's claims are not completely invalid, as most of hers tend to be. Whitmer and the state of Michigan are arguing the pipeline represents a potentially massive environmental disaster if the pipelines burst, leak, or are damaged. But this new attempt on Whitmer's part is putting strains on the relationship between the United States and Canada. And so far, Enbridge of Canada has refused to comply, also becoming a federal case. So it's anybody's game as to where this could go. This could cause fuel shortages in Ontario and Quebec and propane shortages in Michigan. So it's not limited to just gasoline for our cars, mowing season, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, the implications are that this is now going to affect the now tyrannical state of Canada, as well as propane that many of us use for our grills and forklifts for, hey, guess what? Anything that is propane powered and, stations and that to deliver packages and big storage facilities and whatnot, loading onto trucks. Well, guess what? That's probably going to come to a screeching halt as well. And one final thing on the economy here. Squawk Box had this say, says 5 to 6 years ago, I said crypto was a solution in search of a problem, said Stan Druckenmiller. The problem has been clearly identified. It is Jerome Powell and the rest of the world's central bankers. There is a lack of trust. Let me let this play through briefly.
I want to get to something that just is amazing to just see it in print from you, and that is when we do lose the status as a world reserve currency, it's going to be hard to find a replacement because in China, there's a lack of trust in the currency of a foreign dictatorship, obviously, and then Europe's a mess. Your best guess is that a crypto-derived ledger system will be invented and that will become the reserve currency of the world?
Okay, let's not get too carried away.
I know, but that just sizzles with, sell the steak. Go ahead.
I knew crypto was going to come up in this show. Okay, so it's okay. But look, one of the lines about the dollar we've all heard 100 times the last 10 years is we're the cleanest dirty shirt in the room. There's no alternative. And it's true. That is what has been our strongest case for the dollar. Is Europe is a complete mess. Who's going to trust the Chinese? So it can't be them. And I've been groping, well, how does that resolve itself? Well, you probably don't remember this, Joe, but 5 or 6 years ago, I said that crypto was a solution in search of a problem. And that's why I didn't play crypto the first wave, because we already had the dollar. What do we need crypto for? Well, the problem has been clearly identified. It's Jerome Powell and the rest of the world's central bankers. There's a lack of trust. So it's sort of groping for an answer for a central case at best guess. And it's hard to make a forecast 3 months from now, much less 15 years from now.
All right.
I think the most likely.
So I'm going to cut it there. Obviously, it's as part of this, and as the unraveling takes place, he's absolutely right. There is no trust in the dollar anymore, and thank God, because it's time we, in my opinion, shit can the fiat currency. Now the question is going to be, what is it going to migrate to, right? Because obviously today we have Bitcoin, you got Ethereum, Dogecoin, and that the farcical business that is. But then you realize at the end of the day that these are assets that we can put money into. Yes. Or can they necessarily be used as money for mediums of exchange and that to buy goods and services with? Nah, not quite there yet, but could be. But it's enough of a stink that the old banksters, the central bankers especially, do not like them. And you're going to see that the old Federal Reserve and the Bank of England and People's Bank of China, all these guys are going to roll out their own cryptocurrencies. Matter of fact, China has come out and said in recent weeks that they're going to test rolling out their CBDC, central bank digital currency. And oh, by the way, the fun part of their money, currency, if you will, is that it's going to have a little Houdini Act attached, meaning that they can program the money now to where if you don't use it in a certain amount of time, or if the state decides that you need to jumpstart the economy and start buying stuff, well, then guess what? They can program those dollars or their medium of exchange, whatever it is, yuan, US dollar, whatever, it'll just disappear after a period of time without use. That's where this is headed. And so one of the other articles net out of Activist Post today says, did the NSA create Bitcoin? And it's interesting this topic comes back around yet again, because if anybody knows anything about Bitcoin, is that it relies on what is called blockchain. It is a technology that allows all this stuff to be, I guess, unhackable, let's say, at this point. It's 256-bit. And of course, if you know the early beginnings of Bitcoin and that, you know it was by a party, a white paper and that written, and that Satoshi, can't remember his name, but it's a hodgepodge of a couple different things. You guys probably know. But at the end of the day, it does beg that question, because consequently, the blockchain 256-bit just happens to be the same as what the NSA has. Very, very interesting. So I'm going to drop that link out there if you guys want to read through it. I don't have time to go through it here in detail today. May swing back around on a later broadcast to give it a little bit more coverage. But nonetheless, it begs an interesting question. Where is this all going to lead? Is the free market going to reign supreme on what we, the people, choose to use as a medium of exchange, whether it be gold, silver, bullion, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever? Or are they going to try and ramrod whatever the central banks want us to use and keep us under their thumb and subsequently surveilled 100%? Got anything?
Oh yeah, I was just waiting on you to get done. You seem like you was on a tear today, so I'll just sit back off in the corner.
That's just the financial stuff so far. I only got a couple other things, but I'll save that to the end.
You are in. Okay, so let's see. All right. I'm just gonna I mean, like my stuff is completely. I'm gonna I guess, give you a break from that, because I don't do financial. That's breaking. Wouldn't even attempt to. I am not a doggy coin Bitcoin fan. As far as like being our only currency, I mean, I like to have stuff in my hand. I like to hold it. That's why I like to buy books, and I don't download them from ebooks. So I don't really do the whole. To me, then you go from that to needing something in your hand or your damn forehead in order to buy shit. I don't know, something about that I've never wanted. I'd rather have I don't know, a penny in my hand than a chip in my head. I don't know. So I don't know. It just everybody needs a smartphone in order to buy something, and then you got smartphones with. I just had that one video. I'll try to find it as well, where this guy did this really cool thing with his smartphone and showed when you're charging it that you're basically an electric current. But here's a couple of things. One here, because trying to throw in some positivity. This mom put a post. Maybe you guys over across the pond have seen it. It says, "Mom's post, a stranger who got down on the ground to help her autistic son have a meltdown goes viral." So this woman's autistic son was having a meltdown. This guy's a complete stranger. She said he saved her for that day, and we're calling him a hero. Apparently got like almost 1 million shares or something, but it was pretty cute. So see, he gets down in the ground and kind of talks to her little boy. And there he is. He walks him back to the car. Pretty cute. Pretty cute. I thought it was cute. And then this New York City bus driver stops the man from kidnapping 2 kids. We are so proud. The scary part is these people are just trying to snatch kids right off the damn street off a bus. This is how desperate they're getting. I'm telling you. This says bus operator Winston Brown spotted a man trying to snatch a child from a young woman boarding his bus on April the 10th. He acted fast by closing the doors on the man. At a stop at 125th Street and St. Nicholas Avenue, Brown prevented him from pursuing the mother onto the bus. Yet Brown's initial actions failed to deter the suspect. He ran alongside the bus to the next stop. Brown decided to keep his doors closed and dialed 911. Can you believe this shit? Can you believe this? Brown observed a man attempting to snatch another child from a stroller at the bus stop. His actions having drawn a crowd, the suspect remained at the bus stop. Why do you think these people are snatching kids? Anybody know what the current price tag of a kid on a kid's head is here in America? We are the number one consumer for pedophilic material, if you didn't know that. We are the ones that all these men fly with these third world countries so they can go to these brothels with these 8-year-olds working in them. Yeah, we got some sick fuckers over here. Don't let anybody lie to you. We're not home of the land, home of the free, land of the brave. We also got home of the pedophiles. So, whatever. I think every single one of them, we should sit them on an island out there together with acetylene torches and an option. Either you have to eat each other's crap your whole life, or or acetylene torch your pecker off and fish with it. I'm serious. Like I literally should. These people should not just be put to the death sentence. I think that's too nice for these people. Not if you hurt kids, man. You hurt kids, I ain't got no freaking sympathy for your ass. And I will say that to my dying day. But this guy, he tried to save these kids, which is another good story. Anyway, you see anybody try to snatch somebody's kids? Do something. This one is interesting. This one's a little older, but if you aren't aware, if you don't keep up with it, this is again why I follow Tucker Carlson. I know he's not some people's favorite. I know Fox has done their fair share of BS, but the reason I like Tucker because he brings up stuff nobody else will bring up. Nobody else will bring up. And like Joe Rogan went on his podcast about a week and a half ago, and he's always made the case for people boosting their immune system, right? And if you didn't know, I did a video the other night where I was going over the statistics with the vaccine and healthy people. It's a survivability rate. It's like 99.9%. They're even saying that the vaccine's only 95% effective. So you tell me which odds are better. Just saying. And so Joe's always been about boosting your immune system. And he said something, oh my God, that the elites couldn't handle, that if you had a healthy immune system and you were, middle-aged and you didn't have any other COVID morbidities, then you should be fine. Just worry about your immune system. Well, oh hell. Now he's a vaccine denier. I mean, it was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. And you wonder why mainstream media goes after Joe Rogan, even on Spotify, because he gets more viewers than all of them combined. They are jealous as hell. They've got these staffs of 20, 30 people, $1 million budgets, and they can't compete with the guy sitting in the garage with a damn table and 2 microphones. It's freaking hilarious. So these are all, look at everybody that went after it. It is hilarious. I mean, it is bad. Okay, so what is it? I'm going to tell you what he said. I'm going to read this. Okay, I'll skip down. But anyway, it says CNN's John Alvin. We know the anti-vaxxers conspiracy theorists have been proliferating online, but it doesn't help when people with major platforms feed the beast. Again, where's anybody talking about our immune system? Where's anybody talking about the side effects? Where's anybody talking about this is an experimental vaccine? None of that shit's a lie. Everything I just said is the truth. Dr. Fauci, this is somebody on MSNBC. You said that last name. I ain't going to try. Dr. Fauci, before you go, I want you to weigh in on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. These people, Joe Rogan. Because he sits down with people and has conversations. He's not a talking head in front of a screen. And you can even say what you want to about him. But if you spend any length of time watching or looking at all the people he brings in his podcasts, you tell me. I mean, he's brought in people to speak against, injecting kids with these transgender, with the hormones and stuff. He's brought in people to talk about boosting the immune system and how important it was through this whole pandemic. He's done that shit. And so, it is what it is. Another MSNBC, it's disappointing. He's hugely influential person with a massive audience. Yeah, bigger than yours. Guarantee you bigger than yours. Because you people don't care anymore. You don't give a shit. You're listening to your bosses and you're failing. again. Where's the part about? I'm gonna show the part about the number. Look at this shit. I mean, it just went off on him. Anyway, there's a number in here where even Tucker was talking about the amount of people, and now they're going after that VAERS that he said it's even run by the CDC, and I think it was like over 3,000 people had died from the COVID vaccines, but they're working so hard to hide it. Nobody trusts anybody, anything any of them have to say, because they've all lied to us for 100 years. I proved that shit. No, it's in there somewhere. I'm not going to keep. VAERS recorded nearly 900 non-fatal heart attacks in people who just received the shot. 2,700 people reported unexplained chest pain, and all the vaccine, according to the government reporting system, appears to have contributed to 8,000 hospitalizations. That's 8,000 hospitalizations, but up here, I know it does. It says something about it's over 3,000, people have passed away from it. And I'm going to say this again. Only 1% of vaccine injuries are ever reported. 1%. So, yeah, there's that. And then, I don't know if y'all been keeping up with Arizona, but the lawmakers, I don't know, Breaking, you might have an update on this, to tell the Maricopa officials to turn over routers or face subpoenas. Sorry, I had to cough. But, yeah, so they're trying to say they don't have the password to these machines now, and now they're trying to say that they don't have to turn it over. You even got the sheriff involved. Now the sheriff is trying to say that if they turn over this information, it's going to compromise the police department. What in the hell is the police department got to do with the voting machine? Anybody want to help me out there? That struck me as really weird. Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Pinzon, meanwhile, joined other county officials in criticizing the Senate's attempt to obtain the routers. Its most recent demands jeopardized the entire mission of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. What was your damn mission? What in the hell is the Sheriff's Department's mission in voting machines? Anybody see anything weird with that shit? That statement right there in itself struck me as wrong. I have no idea what I don't know. And if you didn't know, this happened too. I'm sure somebody out there probably follows the Supreme Court for you guys, because this was only back on the 3rd. But the Supreme Court delivers a massive ruling on immigrants facing deportation. They get another chance. In the ruling that faulted the federal government for improperly notifying a man who came to the United States illegally from Guatemala to appear before a removal hearing. The justices, in a 6-3 decision that divided the high court's conservative bloc, overturned in lower court's decision that had prevented Augusto Neves Chavez from pursuing his request to cancel the attempted expulsion based on the length of time he had lived in the U.S. He lives in Michigan with his family after entering the U.S. illegally in 2005. The justices decided that federal immigration law requires authorities to include all relevant details for a notice to appear for a hearing in one document, rather than sending the information across multiple documents. Why in the shit are we having hearings on this? Let's have a damn conversation about this guy that's been in the country for 16 years. Let's worry about the 100,000s of them pouring in our southern border right now from God knows where. Let's deal with them first. Let's send their asses back first. And then we can talk about Mr. Chavez that's been here for 16 years. You know what I mean? Like, there's a case for this guy to stay. And I'll say that my damn self. He's probably got kids. He's probably had a job, about at this point. It should be a case-by-case basis. But people pouring over the southern border right now, I think that's the biggest issue we got. But, yeah, so that happened. So now they get another chance, basically. It says that the time counted to reach that threshold ends when the government initiates immigration proceedings with a notice to appear, a limit known as the stop time rule. The federal government followed up with a notice to appear for a deportation hearing. After the Supreme Court in 2018 found in another case that notices to appear omitted the time and date of the hearing were deficient, Chavez cited his faulty notice to argue that the stop time rule had not been triggered in his case. So, he had a case. Good for him. We'll see what happens. At least he's got another chance. I'm not really worried about Mr. Chavez that's been here for 16 years. I'm worried about the people pouring in on the other southern border right now, being walked across by the Mexican cartel and coyotes. And there was a lady on the 5, because how YouTube will sometimes show you the clips. She was on air and she said that that she knows a rancher down in Texas, and Skeeter's out there right now. He probably knows this too, but she knows a rancher in Texas, and he says they're finding more and more bodies in the river, and the media is not reporting about it.
Of course not. It's inconvenient truths.
So there's that. I'll show you this. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to pile on with your previous stuff on
go ahead.
Maricopa. Obviously, the reason the sheriff is important is because that sheriff was bought by none other than George Soros. If you remember, back underneath Trump, who was ousted in Maricopa County, none other than Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was vehemently against the globalist plans. And so, yes, that is why the sheriff becomes important, along with all the DAs in San Francisco, St. Louis, Baltimore, all across the country that Soros and the Open Society has funded. Not to be outdone, folks, don't forget about this going on as well. Probably a little bit under talked about, but Judicial Watch had big tech censorship and government collusion. Judicial Watch reveals secret history of 2020 election. So, aside from the audit going on down in Maricopa, aside from the case going on in Antrim County, Michigan, aside from what is going on in New Hampshire, this is going on as well. And Judicial Watch has this say, it says, Judicial Watch has uncovered critical new details in a secret history of the 2020 election, how state government officials at times interfacing with the Biden presidential campaign colluded with Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube to censor freedom of speech. And the new information raises enormous constitutional and legal questions. It challenges the conventional wisdom that the companies are operating solely as private actors and can remove or ban users of their services as they see fit, with no violation of First Amendment rights. The new document suggests a conspiracy against the First Amendment rights of Americans, said Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton. These documents blow up the big lie. The big tech censorship is quote-unquote private, as the documents show collusion between a whole group of government officials in multiple states to suppress speech about election controversies. And we start off with none other than Newsom's state, California. We obtained more than 500 pages of documents showing how a state agency, the Office of Election Cybersecurity, tracked social media commentary and pushed big tech to take down posts. Included in the documents are so-called misinformation daily briefings from the communications firm SKDK. Firm also is deeply involved in the Biden presidential campaign, developing its mail-in voting program for 4 key electoral states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. And let me flash forward to the other state in question, Iowa. Judicial Watch obtained 624 pages of records revealing how state officials pressured Twitter and Facebook to censor posts about the 2020 election. Included in the records were emails pressing the companies to remove Judicial Watch posts. The email shows how the state agency successfully worked with Facebook to censor a Judicial Watch post about Iowa's management of its voter rolls. An Iowa state official emailed Facebook official Rachel Holland complaining that a Judicial Watch story on Iowa's management of voter rolls was false. It wasn't. The timestamp on the email is 5:19 p.m. By 6:11 p.m., Facebook hit back. Facebook fact checkers, probably should use air quotes, have rated this content false, Holland wrote the Iowa official, and we've applied a filter over this content warning users. So they've got more to say in that regard. So yes, there's other stuff going on in regards to the election stuff from 2020 still, right? Real quick here before we run out of time, stuff going on in Israel as well. Obviously, I have my own thoughts as to why this is going on. Some might say this is a distraction from what we've got going on here. Yeah, there may be an element of that, but I think there's more to this, frankly, as there's a bit of a pattern in that that's developed, centered around old Benjamin Netanyahu. But Israeli army targets Hamas military leadership after failing to stop rocket fire from Gaza. A lot of photos, videos, this out of South Front here today. After failing to stop rocket fire from the Gaza Strip, the Israeli military began targeting military commanders of the Hamas movement. I think so far, not sure this particular print has this, but at least 3 buildings that have been leveled. Targeted commanders were identified as Bassem Issa, commander of Hamas Gaza City Brigade, Jama Tala, head of its cyber command, Jamal Zabida, head of research and special projects, Hazam Hatib, Sami Radwan, Walid Somali, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a ton of footage in that on the Twitter sphere as well. 4 dead, 6 injured, reported an IDF strike toward a vehicle in Gaza City. And of course, I'm sure you guys have probably seen lots of the Iron Dome footage in that repelling said rocket attacks going both directions at this point. But personally, my gut feel says this has a lot to do with Netanyahu. For those that know, he's been charged with corruption along with his wife, has been for quite some time, longest serving PM in Israel at this point. But it always seems that right around election time, they seem to have a little distraction by way of war. And at this point, old Netanyahu didn't win the election, was not able to establish a government, now falls upon his opponent rather, and somehow he always manages to eke this out. So keep watch of what is going on here as well. Last but not least, before I turn it back over to close it out today, the real reason Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Google want you to eat lab-grown meat. And of course, with everything else going on with gas prices, net gouging, shortages here and there, inflation left and right, you know, doggone well, the pork, beef, chicken, everything is probably going to be on the rise. And this is probably going to come to bear. At a glance, Bill Gates, who co-funded the startup of the imitation meat company Impossible Foods, now insists synthetic beef is a necessary strategy to address climate change. And what did we see out of old James O'Keefe when they went undercover with CNN? They were going to start to change the narrative from COVID to what? Climate change? Here we are, folks. Welcome. So Gates wants Americans and other Western nations to switch to a diet of 100% synthetic beef, GMO crap. Coincidentally, Oregon is now proposing a ballot initiative for the 2022 general election that would effectively ban most meat sales and consumption in the state. Initiative Petition 13 turned Oregon into a sanctuary state for animals by removing exemptions for good animal husbandry practices, criminalizing the raising and slaughtering of food animals, and reclassifying traditional animal husbandry practices as artificial insemination as sexual assault. Zero emissions, forcing people to cut, eliminate beef consumption as part of the climate agenda. All brought to you by Gates. So this is where things are headed, folks. Unless you stand up and start to take your damn country back. The time is now.
Well, I will hit again. I'm gonna circle back around to what I'm trying to tell you. It's like it's at all angles. So it behooves people just to remember what would be they've attempted to destroy America in a number of ways. But this is what I mean. Okay. Try and destroy the nuclear family. That's obvious. Anybody that tries to say that that's not the case is straight up lying to your face. And I think everybody here knows that. But first, you push you see these girls that have never had any identity issues going off to college in one semester coming back and saying that they identify as queer or transgender. Okay, there's an issue here. And anybody that doesn't want to act like there is one is trying to sell you a bill of goods. Now, if they can't get you to be trans or queer, and you insist on being straight, listen, again, women, that's okay. If you want to be straight, just marry each other. Straight marry. You straight girl, marry you other straight girl. And I know, again, this is what I hope to go with this pretty soon, about the tearing down of men and demasculinizing men. And how do you think you would also, okay, you put Jacko, if any of you don't know who Jacko is, he's a pretty buff dude. He's in the military a long time. He's a no-holds-bar kind of guy. You stand him up, then you stand him next to Don Lemonhead, and you tell me which one you have hope that is going to protect our country. I mean, think about it. So if you were the enemy, who are you hoping is going to be standing there, Don Lemon or Jacko? So anyways, this is the New York Times, by the way. New York Times. From best friends to platonic spouses. Some people are taking their friendship to the next level by saying I do to marriages without sex. Guess what happens if you don't have sex? You don't have kids. You don't have chillins. CDC says U.S. birth fertility rates dropped to another record low in 2020. Yeah, guys. We're not procrastinating. But guess what? Our southern border's open with people that sure are. They're dragging their kids across the river with them. So our birth rates drop. And then we have all these questions about now this vaccine and all these women that are coming out having these menstrual issues and these miscarriages. In a report released Tuesday, the birth rates for Black and Hispanics from 2019 to 2022 declined by 4% and 3% respectively, while teen births declined by 6%. Well, the teen thing's good. The National Center for Health and Statistics, the CDC statistics system, shows that the number of births in 2020 declined by 4%, reaching record lows. Who keeps talking about, needing to regulate the population of the world? These people that meet at the Bilderberg, they're dancing naked under a Moloch at the Bohemian Grove. They're constantly talking about, Anyway, so to Breaking's point about, Judicial Watch, this has been out for a while now. Tom did this article. Maybe some of you have forgotten about it, but it's been in our face. They admitted to plotting. They've admitted to it. They've admitted to the plot to revenge on Donald Trump and take him down. This is nothing new. This thing's been out since January 20th of 2017. Liberals plot revenge on Donald Trump to assume presidency. This is in time, guys. This isn't his tater tot. This is in time. There's another article, the one about David Brock and he hawing with Hillary Clinton, talking about we gonna get him. This is what we gonna do, and her bragging about being the person that helped create Media Matters. Remember, Media Matters is a 501c3, and they've and touted that they're nonpartisans, how they got it. And then in the statements they've made, they've admitted their whole goal is to take out Republicans. That's nonpartisan. I don't know. So there's that. I'm trying to go along with what he said. That she sent this to me the other day. I don't really know what this is. The Worldwide Demonstration 2.0, May the 15th. So it's in 3 days. Apparently it's an anti-mask demonstrations all over the world. So if you guys don't know about this, you might want to look up opensourcetruth.com. That's where this is, to a rally that people are going to be having. So again, open source, it's down here, sourcetruth.com. So look that up. And then here's just this. I mean, why not? Chinese national guilty of obstructing Homeland Security human trafficking investigation. Upstanding folks, by the way. If you didn't know that, Chinese national has pleaded guilty in a federal court for tampering with evidence in relation to an international human trafficking investigation involving his girlfriend that was conducted by Homeland Security. His girlfriend. How do you call your girlfriend a human trafficking? Was she the one convincing him to get in the van? What the hell? I don't know. So these people are not good. It's not a good thing. This is a pretty disgusting thing. But we're hitting this from all sides. That's why you got to do your part. Not just sitting like us, just sitting here. That's why I call my local representatives and stuff and tell them, you are nuts. You think they're going to stop in the middle of our damn highway and we just going to sit there and stare at them? Now, down here in the South, we're going to run your ass freaking over. I don't know what the heck Texas is thinking. It's Plato County, or starts with a P and an L. It said something like Plato.
Plano.
Where that happened. Go ahead.
Was it Plano?
Maybe that's it, Plano. But I mean, it's horrible. This dude, big old dude, bald head, looked like he was a Harley sitting in his driveway. He's one of them types. Got out and started yelling at him, get the hell out of the way. And the cop goes and gets in his face. Not the 15 people standing there blocking a damn interstate. It's nuts. I'm telling. But again, so it's like if you know what Soros had done, Soros immediately went after trying to get in the DAs and trying to they secretly try to put all these woke teachers, right? So the teachers become professors. So it's like, people have got to remember that China's, plays the long game. I think so does Soros. So you just got to play the smart one.
Well,
And
again,
pay attention to what your school's doing, people. Pay attention to what your school's doing.
Yeah, despite all the negative stuff that we bring, there are positive things going on. Don't mistake that for a second, because there are states that are standing up to the federal government in their overreach. And that's going to add a slight wrinkle in their plan. It's going to delay them. They don't have control over every single state because every single state is sovereign in this nation. And so, get behind those states that are standing up to the federal tyranny that we're under, whether it be transgenders participating in women's sports, whether it be getting behind sound money movements in your respective states, you name it, get behind it. Now is the time to do it. Be loud, be heard. You told us a long time ago, we the people have a voice, use it, be loud. And of course, we the people have the power, right? And we have just forgotten how to play the game. Now is the time to be all hands on deck.
That's why, I try to sit in here and explain to people that maybe don't understand that United States of America, it might as well add in United Sovereign States of America, where it is literally like every state in the United States is its own little country, because our own state can make up its own rules for that state. Do you know what I mean? Like, so the federal government tries to come and swoop down its big old heavy hand. And like you're seeing what these governors did whenever Trump was in office, and they're like, no, we're not going to do that. I'll just become a sanctuary city. Well, you know what the response was whenever they came down and tried to do that shit about the guns? Watch all these southern states popping up as sanctuary cities for guns. I mean, they know how to throw it back at them. But like you see, all these states that started passing this heartbeat law, where if there was a heartbeat, you couldn't abort a child. Heartbeats, you can hear a heartbeat within the first couple of weeks. So that, there's a way that these states have pushed back and said, no, this ain't going to happen. I mean, look at DeSantis down in Florida. Everybody talks about Florida a lot, but there's other states, like here in the state of Tennessee, starting July 1st, you can constitutional carry. And I don't just mean like open carry, I mean concealed carry. In the state of Tennessee, started July the 1st, will be legal for you to open carry without a permit, without all that shit they try to tell you need. You can literally walk wherever with your damn gun and ain't nobody ask you for shit. And a lot of states have done that. I don't know how many it is right now. I think it's like 16 states have started pushing things like that, constitutional carry. Well, what's up, Daddy?
Well, before you do, I want to end with a quote here and see if you recognize who it's from. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated.
Abraham Lincoln.
No.
Who was it?
That would be Mr. Thomas Paine from The Crisis.
Oh, right, okay. Good guess.
You did a good guess, Daddy.
Keep guessing.
Hopefully things are a little better across the pond than here. We're kind of at the crisis mode at this point.
Well,
breaking out. Listen, I'm going to say I think some people are. I think some people are running out buying gas like they was buying toilet paper, and the rest of us sitting back with our popcorn, fucking watching them. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but
like,
I'm seeing this. I'm not seeing
this
this as a one-off event, though. This is a chain of events that have occurred. Again, if you look at this in the pure context, since the coup that has taken place November 4th to and through today, they're going after all of our infrastructure, and they're trying to bring the people to heel, to mass accept what they're going to try and ramrod down our throats.
Mm.
This is all by design. It's what is called, again, I'll state this again, creative destruction. They're going to go after the infrastructure. We're seeing that now. We saw them do it in Texas back in February. We're seeing it by way of the pipelines. We were talking about it with Whitmer, with the pipelines up north. And now we're seeing it
I'm
through
arguing with you
shutting down
about
bridges.
the elites are trying to shove down their agenda down our throat. That's why I brought up the letter that was signed by 124 generals, the people that have had the training. Do you think Nancy Pelosi could fight her way out of her wet paper douchebag? So again, that should show the American people, if the generals are coming out in warning saying these are constitutional Americans, need to stand up and push back and do everything that they can. The veterans know what's going on too. Like
I
the one
find it.
thing that America has over every other country in this world, and it's a damn, it would be nice if people remembered it, is that they have not managed to disarm us. And every time they mention it, we show up and show out.
Yeah.
So we're not sitting here defenseless like the UK is. We're not sitting here defenseless like Ireland is. So it's like this poor pitiful me bullshit. You don't talk about pitiful me. They got forks over there to defend themselves. And if
Yeah,
push comes to shove, that people will stand up, breaking. I have no doubt.
No, I don't dispute that. But again, they thrive off fear, which is exactly what they're trying to generate and panic right now. And I find the timing interesting of the generals here because it tends to coincide with a similar measure that just took place in France as well.
Well, there's a lot of things going on in France, but it's been going on for a very long time. But what's happening with this fuel pipe, and is it only running through the southern states? And does it look like they're trying to cut the fuel off to the southern states?
They hacked it. Some hacking deep, whatever it is, hacked into the pipeline, and then they're trying to put some ransomware in it, trying to hold it hostage. And my dad told me today, I called him today, he's out and about. 76-year-old man keeps the road hotter than most 40-year-olds. He said that the gas where we're at's fine. The one town over, there's some gas stations that's closed, but you got people out there panic buying because they're listening to the news, which is driving the gas up. I thought the gas up, and then I found out what you guys are paying over where you live, and I thought, shit, here we are again, Americans bitching about something, and our gas is still a third of what y'all's gas is on a regular basis. Yeah. So, and then Breaking knows about it too. But before he talks, Dad, I've saved this apparently for some reason for you, I think. Do you know what this is? I'm gonna put it in Zoom if Daddy wants to go over it. It's got a bunch of links and all this other stuff of all this information. I'm gonna give this to you, Daddy. I'm pretty sure I had this up for you. But Breaking has covered it well. It's about the gas line. So go ahead, Breaking.
But the Canuck stuff that you just showed there, that's where if I remember rightly, it was Canada, America, UK, New Zealand, and Australia within their own group of people, and they would allow everyone to travel freely within that area. Was that right?
I have no idea. I just know that I saw that big English flag, and so I was like, I must have this up for Daddy, because I'll go through so much information. You know what I mean? That it's like, if I run into something, I'll be like, oh, I'll pull that for him. So I'll put it in Zoom chat. I'll drop it out here for you guys. I know it had to been something I was watching or reading that had this link in it. And I was like, oh, shit, I'll pull that for Daddy or something like that.
Yeah, no, I'll try and have a look
at it. So Canada, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, I'll try and have a look at that.
I don't know.
See what it is.
Well, you do it after you show. It's got a lot of stuff in it. But Breaking, go ahead and tell them about the pipeline.
Well, basic premise is this thing has been going on for about 5 days. Some dark web supposedly hacked this thing. We now find out the pipeline is run on Microsoft Exchange or some crap, I guess. It's just a Microsoft Bill Gates product. Probably easy to hack. I think they've already tried to pin it on Russia. No surprise. Gee, it sounds eerily similar to the solar winds business and that they tried to pin on Russia immediately, of course, without any evidence whatsoever. And so obviously now the question is how quick are they able to get the pipeline back online? Looks like maybe by end of week, but in the meantime, people are just acting irrationally, going out and panic buying gas left and right. Like they got their damn heads cut off. And a lot of states, I just went through the figures here, article been updated throughout the day here today, states that how many stations that have actually started to run out of gas. And I think in Georgia, I think is probably the highest so far with close to 50% of their stations out of fuel at this point. But yes, it's largely affecting the Southeast, some of the eastern seaboard states and that. And then on top of that, we get word that Whitmer wants to shut down a pipeline that's going to potentially impact Canada. And I can only assume probably parts of the Midwest as well. Now, mind you, this is already on top of shutting down the Keystone Pipeline day one of Biden's quote unquote presidency. So you can imagine where this is all headed.
I think, and to me, Daddy, I swear, I will still revert back to I think this is that they're in panic mode. I think a lot of these people are in panic mode. I mean, and I know that the people, it's hard for people to correlate like this pipeline. Let's say what's going on in Arizona with this audit. But this is how these people function in their brain. They cannot shut down this audit. They've done everything they can to try and shut down this audit, but they have a judge and a constitution that, maybe there's a couple letters still left in it, I don't know. But like that it's moving forward, and they're shitting bricks. That's why everybody's and our news, and these people are so corrupt. They're going to have, look over here. Don't pay attention to what's going on over there. Look over here. Oh, yeah. God, there's a gas crisis. Don't pay attention to Arizona and an audit.
I mean, about the only other thing we really need at this point is probably somebody like Skippy Boy over in North Korea to fire off a rocket or something, and maybe just whip up some tensions in Iran or something along those lines. And I think we'll just have ourselves a little global calamity and usher in the new world order, which the people will be willingly accepting, because order out of chaos. Hey, we've already got the solution baked, and the Hegelian dialectic rears its ugly head again.
And Leslie, before we go, Daddy, because we're almost 20 minutes into your show, I got to give a shout out to Mimi and another person in the comment section over the last show that I did. I've pulled their information out. I've watched both of the things, and maybe we'll cover it at another time, where there's a Dr. Charette Bacadi who's over in Germany who kind of talks about the vaccines and stuff. And so I want to thank y'all for the comments. And I do check out information. If y'all drop stuff in chat and I see a link, I grab it. That's again why we watched the Oracle video we did, because Stewart dropped that for us the other day. So I looked at it. I reached out to the people that gave us permission to play it. And so thank you for dropping me those, because I do pay attention to them. But I think a lot of this stuff has to do with the distractions and panic, man. They do have control of some systems. Who else would be so evil to try and shut down a gas line to try and get their way? A bunch of spoiled brats. And that's what these elitists are. They're spoiled brats. They don't care about us. They're willing to experiment a vaccine on us, and nobody's telling you the truth about it. They're all saying safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective. I've yet to hear one person come out and say, well, we think it's safe and effective, but, we just want to be transparent. It is still experimental. It's still in the clinical trials. That would be honest. That'd be being honest with people. But they're not going to be honest. So now we're all damn guinea pigs running around. That's the truth. The truth. They've never tested mRNA. Oh my God, who was it that sent me a video? I've got this older man, Daddy. If you've not seen him, I'm going to send him to you too, by the way. Okay, shout out to whoever sent me this man's information. I got to find him. He's an older man, and he sits down. He's from the UK, and he even made the case why even animal trials are worthless, because the animals react different than humans do, like penicillin. If we'd went off here he is, this guy right here. So shout out to whoever in the comment section say, I'm telling y'all, I pay attention to what y'all send me. This guy right here, his name's Dr. Vernon Coleman.
Yeah.
And I went to his website, and he's got all kinds of videos here. So I'm in on him. So thank you again for whoever sent this down in the comment section. I need to find out who that was instead of saying.
He broke down in tears on one of his shows and said this is genocide, and it seeks, I don't know whether this is true or not, but it seems like I don't know if anyone knows this, but I know that the subscribers on my channel do, because they keep telling me, but it looks like the British, and it is the British, have repealed the genocide laws. Why would you do that?
Okay, I'm gonna shout out real quick. Shout out Mimi. She's the one that told me to check out the links that she had sent me, and Teresa is the one that gave me Coleman. So there you go. I've got to give those people thanks. But yeah, that one guy, he knows a lot. And nobody will debate him. I'm telling you another red flag. If somebody won't freaking debate you, there might be a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you can't get anybody to take the damn stage with you and debate their point of view, there might be a problem. You know,
Someone's just sent me a text. I won't say who it is, and they said, "I swear Laura's on amphetamines." No,
it's on what?
he said, "I swear Laura's on amphetamines."
Amphetamines.
Yeah,
What does
but
that mean?
It's a drug that makes you talk a lot.
Oh no, honey, I'm from the South. Okay, that whole thing that we slow and we talk slow is a bunch of bullshit. You get us on like a certain topic we've learned a little bit about, and trust me, you get to. That's why we're called rednecks, and that's why it doesn't offend us, because I mean, it is what it is. No, I wish I drink a lot of coffee though. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
And when I get on here with breaking, we got an hour between the two of us. So we're 20 minutes into Daddy's damn show.
Oh, that's it.
I'm going to get off here so you can do what you do. Okay, my dear?
Okay, darling. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good show, hon.
Okay, bye.
Thank you for being here, Daddy.
No worries.
All right. Bye, guys. Bye, everybody.
Well, that just made me laugh. That text message. I don't think Laura quite got the joke there, but it was quite funny. Right. So one of the things I want to do is show the American audience. Firstly, someone has just pointed out to me that someone made reference to that Canuck, and there was a British flag there, and someone's made reference to it being English. The British flag, the Union Jack, is not, I repeat, not English. The flag you see behind me, which is the cross of St. George, or the one you see above my head, which is the white dragon, or even a yellow dragon, is the original English flag. Now, what I'm going to do is show you this screen. Touch wood, you can see it coming up. So for the American audience and for the English audience who missed it, we've just had an election. And in that election, I'm going to show you parts of this. I think this might go on for a little while, but it is well worth showing it to you. So here goes. And this is what you're seeing in here is our flag, right? So this is the English flag. And within the center of it is the county of Essex. That's the symbol or standard of Essex, the Three Swords, right? So people in America, what you're actually seeing is, for example, in comparison, this is like the American flag, and then having the Texas flag in the middle, right, to depict that you've got a nation of the United States of America or nation of England as we've got there, but in the middle is the flag of Essex. So what I'm going to do now is play this for you so you can all see it. And I'll just talk you through as it starts to... Right, everybody, we have had the results in for the Essex Police Commissioner, I'll refer to it as. And obviously that is an undertaking also for the fire brigade. So what I want to do is just say to everyone, obviously I'm grateful for all the assistance for people that went out in Basildon and went out in Clacton and different areas, and obviously so is Robin. But I'm just going to show you a couple of things on the screen at the moment. So I'm going to share this, and then I'm going to hand you over to Robin. Let me hopefully bring this up. And what you will be seeing, so we're going to go back to this part in a second, 456. But at the front there, obviously, this video is up and live. And there it is. All right, so we've got England. I want my country back. And there is, in the centre there, as everyone should see it, the Essex flag and insignia. And what I'm going to do now is run back to the point that we was already at, which is, let me just grab it before it does anything nasty. 456. So let's get to 456. 456. And I'm going to play this to you. What we're going to do is walk up to these people. They turn there. We're giving out leaflets and giving out some newspapers, etc. So I'm going to say hello to our supporters. Hello, Jenny. How are you? So you got your English Democrats badge on there. And did you say there was a paper there? Was there a paper in there? So we're giving out these papers as well, which is English Patriot. Have a look at that. There it is, Border Fast, etc. But don't forget, Robin Tilbrook is the man. And let me just say hello. This is John.
Hello there, vote Robin Tilbrook, Essex Police Commissioner.
There you go. And then we got one there.
Oh, hello.
You need to say something now, go on.
Vote Robin Tilbrook.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. And there you've got the
Gotta be
T-shirt,
that.
English and proud. And then we've got Alison.
Vote Robin Tilbrook.
Vote Robin Tilbrook. Go Robin.
That's
Robin
it. See,
Tilbrook.
look, we've got everyone out there saying vote for Robin Tilbrook. There they are. So what we're going to do now is just take some more images of this. Hopefully I'll come back. So there you have that. So let me just come back. I'll stop that share. And then I'll let you, if you, what I will do is just bring this screen up and then obviously let you talk through what's on the screen. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. If you can see that on the screen, hopefully it's Robin Tilbrook received. Is that what you can see? And that's it. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Graham. And can I just say thank you very much for all that you did during the election. It's very much appreciated. And you know, it's also the volunteers that you showed there in that picture. But there were many others as well, weren't there? And of course, I ought to thank the 42,831 first preference voters as well in Essex. I think that's quite a good score, bearing in mind that we didn't get any leaflets. All we've got is what we actually handed out, just as you showed some of our English Patriot newspapers being handed out. And there was a government website, Choose My PCC, which I think is pretty clunky, and I doubt very many people had actually looked at it. We had a few posters around, which I think were very striking, but nevertheless, you know, obviously in a county like Essex, which is really quite huge, with quite a large population, I should think there's something in the order of 1 million voters in Essex. And probably nearly twice that in terms of the total population. You know, you're looking at an impossible task to get the message to everybody. And of course, the first preference votes don't say that those are the only people that voted first, because some people may have voted for their sort of traditional candidate first, and then me as a second preference, which unfortunately is the sort of wrong way around to do it, because obviously in a supplementary vote system, what you're really trying to do is to get into the top two, so that there is actually a second round where the second preferences are counted.
Yeah.
In Essex, which is, you know, with a big Tory surge across the whole of England, it seems, it was perhaps not surprising that the Conservative did manage to win it, and in fact won it so convincingly that we didn't even get into the second round, because he got more than 50% of the first preference votes. I would guess he probably didn't get very many second preference votes, though. That's not normally what happens with
no, I'd agree.
Candidate. So you know, we got at least just under 43,000. If you're thinking second preference votes, we probably got quite a lot more of those as well. So certainly, when I've looked at the ballot papers, it's obvious that there were quite a few. So I've got to thank the voters. Thank you for turning out and voting for English Democrats, and you very much for all that you've done to help, and all those that have helped with the campaign. Personally, I would have liked to have stood more police candidates and mayoral candidates, but I think it's worth saying that in order to stand, we do need people to volunteer to stand, because obviously we can't all do it. We can't do. I mean, for instance, I could only stand in Essex. I couldn't stand anywhere else.
In that particular type of election.
Yeah.
Yeah.
in the coming weeks and months, of course, we'll no doubt have a series of by-elections from one sort or another across the country. So our need for volunteers continues. But I just wanted to really say a resounding thank you very much for all that you and supporters have done to get us this result, which I think is very credible. Nearly 43,000 people voted for us first time round. That is a significant step forward, I think.
So let me just emphasise a couple of things here to people. The first is that we need people to stand in different areas and different constituencies. People often say to me, who do I vote for? I just want to make sure that people are aware that you, in this particular election, and all of the other candidates that do stand for us, are English. They're not part of the British establishment, and they are not anything to do with British parties. They are literally vote English. So I just want to emphasise that if you want to stand anywhere, if you're a member or a supporter of the English Democrats, if you've got an indication to stand, then stand, because that's what we need. And then all those people that send me emails and messages and say, there's no one standing in my area. If you're one of them people, consider standing. It's as simple as that. And then you'll give people someone to vote for in your area. So again, obviously, I'm pleased with the amounts votes we've got there. And just to show everyone, again, the second video I'm going to put out today will include this thank you from you. And we're all grateful that you've thanked us. And I am going to say this to people. It makes a difference when you get out there with the English flag, when you get out there with your county flag, and you stand up and be proud to be English. That's what we're looking for. And when people say to me, I don't know anything about politics, and I always say to them, we're not after people with political degrees. If that was the case, we'd be another British party.
Yeah, so people tend to think that standing an election is difficult, and it's going to call on them to have, to be the sort of great person who can stand in the centre of a crowd and spellbind the crowd with their speech making skills. That's simply not true at all. In fact, you're quite lucky in most elections if you get the chance to make any speech or get involved in any hustings. Certainly all local elections, your chances of getting to make a speech is virtually zero. It's literally handing out leaflets and, in other words, distributing them. If you want to, knocking on doors as well, canvassing. But that's very much, person to person. I think in the local elections, I think the best we did was we did get one paper that allowed us 200 words. Most of them were 50 words only. In a pre-written text. So it's actually quite easy to stand. It's not difficult, and the local election doesn't require any deposits at all. The police commissioner elections and the mayoral elections do require deposits, so they're a bit more. But obviously, as a party, we were able to help our candidates in dealing with that. It's easy to do. It certainly flies the flag, as you were saying. People generally need the idea that others are standing up for something before they're prepared to say that they stand for that too.
Yeah.
So actually, the more people that do stand, the more awareness there will be that is being proud to be English is a view that people can hold without being criticised.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Unfairly. To the extent that you get criticised at all, it should really be water off a duck's back. If they're not criticising you, you're probably not making any waves at all. You've got to be thinking in terms of it being a bit of a struggle, but it's not difficult to get into. That's what I'd say. So I'd really encourage people to do it, and I think most people who do stand in elections find it quite rewarding.
Yeah, they
and
do. It's a public service to do that.
It's a public service. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
We're involved in the argument, and if sort of human social affairs are such that if nobody argues one side of the argument, then that goes completely without anybody thinking about it. So it's important to get involved in the argument.
Yeah. In other words, if you want to hear someone standing up for your voice in the Houses of Parliament or any other place in England, then you need to stand. And when you do, people like these people there in Clacton and Basildon come out and showed their support. And lots of people come up to us and they agreed with us. And what I'm saying is 42,831 votes is not insignificant. And bear in mind, the British establishment and the British mainstream media do not allow us to speak on any of their platforms. They do not allow us on social media. We get banned all the time. Robin himself was banned from Facebook. And yet Robin is a solicitor. He's one of them people that the British say, if you want this signed, you must go to a solicitor to get it signed because they're a stand-up person. And yet he was banned off of Facebook. So the principle here is if you want your voice heard, stand, and the English Democrats will support you. End of. And then we'll be a force in this country. Even with this, the United Nations, one of their first principles, and I think it is actually the first article of the United Nations, is that all nations have the right to self-determination. Remember that. And that means England. That's it anyway, Robin. Thank you for coming on the show and thanking everyone. I'm sure they're all grateful to see you this morning. Again, we're not we're disappointed, but not disappointed. That was a great turnout by the people. 42,831 votes.
Thank you, Graham.
Well done. Thank you. There they are, out there with their flags flying in Clacton, in Essex, down at the pier as well. I could have shown you that. And there you go. So in a couple of seconds, look at that English and proud doing. Oh, sorry. This is at the pier.
I was born in London.
Right, what I want to do, touch whatever this is actually recording. Now we get run over by a train, and here goes the train. Hopefully we're going to get a ping pong, or is he just standing there? So, looks like we've got an English train there as well. So just to let you know, there's some people, we've had a number of other people come down there today. So what I'm doing is just showing, we have got, there's the fish and chips in the background, so just everyone in America, you can see the traditional fish and chip shop that everybody obviously loves. So there you go. I'm now going to go back to my main screen. I'll pull that one back down again. I'm hopefully going to try and find where I was. We're back on there. Hopefully everyone saw that. Don't forget to give us a like. People, we've got 114 likes, got 185 people watching. Looks like a few of them's bounced off already. Under choo-choo. Yeah, that's about right. And there you go. So all I'm saying to everyone out there, and again to the American audience as well, we're out there and we are trying, right? But we need people out there to do it. And what Laura says is, Laura and this channel supports anyone who stands up and says, listen, you know, we the people have a different idea to what the elites have got, and we the people are standing up. And one of the ways in which you've got to stand up, and again, the American audience in particular have got to understand that the closeness of the English, not the British, right, but the English, and then the American nation and the two constitutions. And again, I am actually currently in the midst of writing an appeal to someone And we will be pushing that and saying, amongst other things, that this is an abuse of our international rights. Because as an Englishman, our English constitution and our English rights are being ignored by a British Parliament that has no right to disregard our rights as English men and women, right? Because constitutionally we have them rights, and we are pushing that forward. We will see what the High Court says, and this is three judges, and we're going to push forward and see what happens, and hopefully we will get some measure of authority back from them. David Wesley, you was there. I saw you. Danny Dragon, Robin is so right about the elections already started with Batley and Spen. John Jordan, you need to email me about that. So have they already started out in Batley and Spen? Because that's something we need to seriously look at. Even it's true for loads of expat EastEnders in Essex. Yeah, no, there is. Again, England till I die. We've got a few of them coming in there. So don't forget, people, that's what we're trying to do. We just want to keep pushing on that. There are some other things that we'll be doing. I'm trying to get back on there. Stephen said, Robin, start your own channel. Robin's got a channel. I don't think he goes on there very often, though. I don't know what that was. I had a big ping on this phone, so I'm going to see what it was, just in case. Let's have a look. Julian Assange, Central Criminal Court. What that means? I ain't got a clue what that is. Okay. So, there's a lot going on. Hopefully everyone's all hearing me okay and you can get everything that's going on here. So all I'm doing again is re-emphasising the fact that we are trying to do as much as we can here. Again, I know it's really difficult for the Americans to understand on the British element of things. It's not difficult for us who are English, but we are oppressed and suppressed. I've a tyrant notification. Yeah, no, it looks like I've got a tyrant notification, but I ain't got a clue where that come from. So I will have a look at that in a minute. And I believe there's a case in Arizona. Let's see what else is coming up there. So John Jordan. Again, I'll come back to what you just said there. I don't know. Put it in a little note in there for me, or even send me an email. Voter ID is a good idea. Naomi M. I haven't got a problem with voter ID. You need ID to get more or less anything now. If you went into, even if you go into, a shop and you look, I don't know, pretty young or something, they'll ask you for ID. If you want to buy alcohol, they will ask you ID for various other things. Near enough everything that you do, they'll ask you for some form of ID in some way. Even if you go for a job, they'll say, "Oh, we need to have your passport, and we need to know this, and we need to know that you're not an illegal immigrant, etc." Andrew Somerset, do you use a VPN? Yes, I do use a VPN. Is the answer. And funny enough, I will tell you what it's called, and it is called. The particular one I use, if I can find it, Virtual Shield is the one that I use. And I often use, I'll tell you one of the reasons why I use the VPN a lot is because there's some things I try and look at, and if it's on an American channel, the American channel says, we can't show you this because you're in Europe, and Europe stops us from telling you certain things. So I change to Texas and I can see it. Or if I change to Georgia, I can see it. That's why I use it. Rye bread salami. Arizona, Michigan forensic audit for London too. I wonder if there will be a forensic audit for London. We haven't we haven't explored that yet because I don't think we're 100% sure that they did do the counting. If they did do the counting, that's going to cause some problem. David Wesley, voter ID is fine. It's the vax passports that are evil, and I agree entirely. That is just a control mechanism. I use VPN. Google have messed up my phone, and ever since, love VPN. Yep, no more VPN. A VPN is a virtual private network, but you've got to make sure you've got the right one that's doing it. Yep, that's why I've got a VPN. Let me have a look to email Laura 5x5, and then you've got network. Shot email. No more to my Gab page. It's hit my pin Gab 5K on 2020 election with all sorts of links to video cases. So again, don't forget what we're doing in the background there. Let me just see if there was anything else I wanted to show you. As long as I'm not on the hang on, let's bring that up. I'm just having a look at this. Is under assault from socialism. Trend in politics has just come up with a thing now. I didn't know that, but we'll have a look at it. We love penalty for treason. Here it comes, which is said. Let's just see what this says. The penalty for treason. Here's what you said. This is 19 hours ago. Earlier today, I asked this question, national poll. What should be the penalty for treason? Death by... Oh, maybe we should show this on there. I'm not even sure. WeLoveTrump.com. Right, so we're going to have a look at this, and I'm going to try and show you this, and it should come up on your screen now. Touch wood. Right, so we've got a poll up on here. The penalty for treason, ? Here's what you said. This is We Love Trump, and there is obviously the imposter. Earlier today, I asked you this question, national poll. What should be the penalty for treason? Death by, in other words, if Joe and the Ho are found guilty of rigging and stealing this election, what is a fair penalty? We all know that the death by hanging is the traditional penalty for treason. But what do you think would be more appropriate, right? So something longer lasting, more painful. You could be hung, drawn and quartered. That's the traditional English way of dealing with it. That's why I asked earlier, and the results were nothing short of amazing. Here's what you told me. National poll. And what should the penalty for treason be? Death by. And then we got hanging, waterboarding, followed by incarceration in a max security prison, then death by firing squad, or walk the plank at sea near great white sharks. That ain't a bad one. Hanging or firing squad, life imprisonment, hanging, Biden, firing squad. Military flying squad, hanging, death in prison on one cell block, half on the other side on a walkway, half the other facing each other, listening to that man that's taken the White House hostage for eternity, life in jail watching President Trump make America great again. I like that one. I like that one. Right. Life in jail watching President Trump make America great again, and again. Right. A bullet in their black hearts, firing squad with no mask or blindfold. Firing squad, hanging, death by running around naked for hours. Hanging by fire squad, public hanging. Firing squad, public hanging. It's got to be public, though, whatever happens. I've got to be honest with you. I am a Christian. I don't believe in the death penalty. I am going to tell you something. I do believe it's appropriate in reference to someone's putting their death by fire ants. I'll have to look at that up again a bit later. Anyway, there's so much in there. But no one, it seems, has actually put on there hung, drawn and quartered. I mean, our tradition in England, obviously, is to hung, drawn, and quartered. And by the way, you're still alive when you're being drawn and quartered, and then left at Traitor's Gate for the what are they called, ravens. And the ravens, I'm told, are hungry. Hungry for something. I don't know what, but we'll get there in the end. Right, let's get back to that point because I want to see what you say. What about the obelisk? A terrible way to die. Andrew Somerset. I don't know what that is. You'll have to explain that one to me. Tracy Braddon, ex-Coronation Star, resigned because she was elected mayor and can't be both. John Children. Tracy Braddon, ex-Coronation Street star. Coronation Star resigned because she was elected mayor. And yeah, I know. So they announced it. Is she resigned yet? That's the point, John Jordan. That's what I was waiting for. And then once she resigns, we then need to know when it's going to be. It would be a best treatment. Ray, thank you for putting that out there, Ray. Anyone wants to get in there and sort out my Make England Great Again hats and constitutional cards, they're on the website on the front page. Ray Edmonds, hello, Rolo. No more one person, how many votes? England till I dare. The English are rising. It's voter ID to stop people from voting more than once. Robin Gibbet. Okay. Let's have a look and see if there's anything else out there. Could you do a program about Bitcoin? If the deep state don't like it, maybe we should be looking to invest in it. Susan Gamble. I've got to be honest with you. I don't particularly like. I think we may be conned with that one. I don't particularly like Bitcoin, and there's a particular reason for it. In any way that people can control the physical, so Bitcoin is electronic, right? The people who control the manufacture of your phones, the wallets, and the communication of Bitcoins, whether or not it's blockchain or not, is irrelevant. If you haven't got something physical in your pocket, like a solid bit of gold, and I wish people would send me their old gold. If everyone sent me their old gold that they didn't want, I would smelt it. I'd love to do that, just to get one big block of gold. And then you would make your own. I'd make my own little Graham Moore coins. So anyway, let me have a look. Andrew saying a medieval method. You would drop through a small hole in the ground, which opens up into a small room, a bit like a bottle shape. Once dropped in, just left there, no way to get out. We should not sink to their low level death by firing squad. Okay, death by firing squad. All I'm saying is it should be made public. Yeah, there's no point in having a death penalty as a deterrent unless people are actually going to see what happens to them and actually sees what happens to the people. And I'm talking about people at a senior level that have committed treason. Someone needs to see, the public needs to see that happening. You can't just do it. Something strange went on, right? What happened there? Andrew Somerset, Ulu Blub. Right. It looks like there's a bit of a delay with that. He loves only Goldfinger. An unfortunate smelting accident in my laughing my ass off, right. They were all against ID voting. And this is saying voter ID is good. The problem, reaction, solution is Vax ID purple. They're that evil. Yeah, I know. Public hanging. We've got another one out there. Blick sounds fit for Hancock. Naomi M, silver and gold, silver and gold. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't disagree with you, Naomi M. I think silver and gold are the best options, and that is my opinion. physical gold and physical silver. Yeah, and as long as it's X, Y, Z, you just plainly give it to each other. Yeah, then there's been them services it's been carried out. Nick Glenister stoning. Blunt Crusade, put them through a meat grinder. Cool, you're pretty nasty, you, ain't you? The Blunt Crusader. No wonder it's the Blunt Crusader, meaning because you've got a Crusader's blade and it's blunt, so you just club people to death with it. Tony Bear, I'll put him in a fire squad for him. Yeah, I know. The USA government is not currently in control via the Don's EOs. Let's have a look and see if anything else has come out. Leslie Elderslade, they should be giving their vaccine 169. They're coming in. Right, let's have a look at some of these. Oh, Justice for Kicks. Bitcoin, Bill Gates. Aguna, let's see. DJ, send them to a brick top. Mick Scott, I've been buying silver. Good. You need to buy silver. This message helped with you, Richard. Burn them to death. Cool, you're nasty and all. Chris W, anything that makes them suffer. All right, we'll go with that. Rob Perks, watching soap operas is a sad way to die. Yeah, unless it's Dallas. Reruns of Dallas. The only thing I liked about Dallas, I've got to be honest with you, was the cars and the ranch. I like the ranch, but I really did love the cars. You know, the big Mercedes, the Mercedes Sports, the 500 SECs. You know, when you look at something, you think that's a tool, mate. That's what I liked. Get Diane Abbott to sit on him. Journey, they won't like it up them. No, they won't. I'm Ian Bendel, open up the Traitors Gate and you know what they'll do from there hanging. Is anyone besides DD here today? No, there was, but in about 5 minutes, you're going to get Sunny Days. DD repeating from above. Carla Muller's got a case brought against her that has a default judgment that she's not eligible to hold office. British subject being Jamaican born. Ooh, really? Hang on a minute. Let me just make sure that's right. Repeating from above, Kamala's got a case brought against her that has a default judgment as she's not eligible to hold office. British subject being Jamaican born. Ooh, really? Give him Charlie Bronson as a cellmate. Right, so 5B5, if you're out there, give us a bit more information on that. If you've got a link to that, it'd be helpful. If there's something out there I can see. Guna Mum, we don't want her. Ooh. We certainly don't want her back here either. Purple Aki for Hancock. What is going on with this? Keep seeing a blue screen in the background. It keeps twitching. So I'm looking at some of the comments now. Not sure who was coming on. I think Sunny Days is supposed to be coming in. No more. They took the piss out of us Christians. So, hey, Vladimir the Impaler style. Yeah, no, I agree. And I do believe that they've took the piss out of us Christians. Case in California. Case in California. I'll have to have a look at that. Someone's going to have to send me a link to that if they can. Send it by email. I didn't know Kamala was British. Yes, well, she is. She's born in Jamaica. And Jamaica is, well, it's certainly not an American territory. And Sunny Days. How you doing, hon?
Hi, GD. I'm doing good.
So did you know anything about this Kamala or whatever her name is not being eligible to be vice president because she's British?
I didn't know about that, but I thought that both her parents were immigrants, I think, when they had her. I'm not sure what the circumstances are, but I do know that there's this guy, the Constitution guy, Doug. His name is Doug something. And I just peeked today at his Twitter, and I don't see that he has an update, but he has a lawsuit some kind of lawsuit challenging her about being the vice president, that she's ineligible.
All right.
But I haven't seen an update. And supposedly this Douglas Gibbs, here it is. His name is Douglas Gibbs, and he teaches classes on the Constitution.
All right.
And she was supposed to answer him by Friday last week, and she hadn't yet. So he is on PSB as a guest on Sunday evenings and talks about the Constitution. So
what is he on a Sunday?
He's on Sunday nights. Our time, or my time, which is Central Time, he's on from 7 to 9. But like I said, he's a guest. He doesn't always come on.
On what show?
The guy's name is oh my goodness, Alan something. He let me do this. Let me grab you a link and I'll put it in the, would it be okay if I just put it in the Zoom chat?
Yeah, put it in the Zoom chat and I'll
okay. Okay. He does this, and I'll drop it in live chat. He does a blog called Political Pistachio Blogspot.
All right, yeah.
And he's on Twitter. And again, he teaches classes on the Constitution.
All right. I'll have a look at that later.
Yeah.
It's up on my screen now. I'll be putting that on. Right. So what I'm going to do is hand over to you now then at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So I'm going to say bye.
Bye, Dee Dee. I enjoy that. Hello, everyone. It's sunny days. Yeah, it's a sunny day here. It's beautiful outside today. It's a little cool, but I'm still loving it. So I'll get to my show. I'm going to grab the right screen. Woohoo! And here we go. Yeah, so this guy is named Douglas V. Gibbs, and he's at douglasvgibbs.com. I don't know much more about him than that. I do enjoy listening to him. He talks a lot about history and the Constitution. I think he's on the radio too. So anyway, okay. So I had a few articles today. Just the tyranny that's going on is just crazy. So Rebel News is out of Canada. I think I've said that before. And so this mother was handcuffed and humiliated for playing ball on the beach with her family. This was from May 12th. It's just so tyrannical up in Canada right now. Well, obviously it's all over, but so this Jo Mannering, her husband and her 7-year-old child were recently out at their local beach throwing a ball around, and they were approached by 2 police officers who stated they should not be outside. Jo and her family told the officers that they were exercising, and the officers responded by saying that throwing the ball was not an approved form of exercise and that they had to be running or walking. This is ridiculous, people. Though this is not actually the case according to government guidelines. Jo told us that she became agitated with the officers, and when they asked her for a dress, she refused. She was then handcuffed in front of her husband and child and put in the back of the police van. After giving her a dress, she was released and told she would be receiving a $200 fine, approximately $340. And Jo has not received the fine. However, we feel that a strongly worded letter to the local police is needed so that fine is not issued. So just all the wacky stuff, like the pastor getting arrested, the pastor who feeds, the homeless and the poor, just these, and the stuff that they're doing, it just doesn't make sense. It does and it doesn't. It makes sense in a negative way, not a good way. But then on to this Carol Baskins. I don't know if you all watched that movie. I did not watch the movie. I just kind of know who she is. Something about the Tiger King. But Carol Baskin calls out Texas senators over tiger running loose in Houston. I have pictures of this where, did y'all hear that there's a tiger loose in Houston? There is. And he hasn't been caught yet. So anyway, she got in the news because this tiger was in the news. I'll show that in a little bit in my bookmarks. Another title or another article that caught my eye was Minnesota Black School Choice Movement explicitly rejects U.S. is a racist nation. So I thought this was really good news out of Minnesota. And since I am in Minnesota, I look for anything that I think is good news to like give me some hope. So, Minnesota School Choice Movement, founded in the Black community, aims to challenge the woke culture narrative that America is oh my gosh, I'm going to crash over this word. Systemically racist nation structured to undermine the lives of Black Americans. So Take Charge Minnesota says its objective is to inspire and educate the Black community and other minority groups in the Twin Cities to take charge of their own lives, the lives of the families and communities as citizens fully granted to them in the Constitution. So the group asserts, we acknowledge that racist people exist in the country, but explicitly reject the notion that the United States of America is a racist country. This is subtle, but it's significant difference. We also denounce the idea that the country is guilty of systemic racism, white privilege, and abhor the concept of identity politics and promotion of victimhood in minority communities. So this is really cool. Take Charge is a new organization run by Kendall Qualls, a former U.S. Army officer and high-ranking executive of Fortune 100 healthcare companies. So I just thought that was cool. I liked that. I had holding on to this for a little bit. As you can see, it's from April 15th, but this is kind of interesting. This missing California hiker found after mystery photo reveals location. So a mystery photo and geography enthusiast helped locate a missing Californian who is now safely back home. So a Southern California man sent this photo before going missing on a hike. An internet stranger used it to help locate him safely. Renee Campion of Palmdale was on a hike Monday near Mount Waterman, a popular ski destination in the San Gabriel Mountains in Southern California. And while the 45-year-old was on his outdoor adventure, he snapped a picture. It showed him from knees down, dangling his bare legs from a precipice with a canyon below and slopes in the distance. Campion texted the shot to a friend, and then he went off the map. He was reported missing at 6 p.m. by a friend who received one last text from Campion saying he was worried he was lost and his cell phone battery was running low. The photo was turned over to the investigators at Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, who posted it to social media asking if anyone recognized the spot in the photograph. Benjamin Kuhl saw the message and thought he might be able to help. As a satellite image aficionado, he was already familiar with tracking California wildfires in remote areas. I've got a very weird hobby, which is I love taking a look at a photo and figuring out where they're taken. And so using satellite images, maps, and the scenery below Campion's feet in the photo, Kuhl was able to estimate the coordinates of where he believed the man had gone missing. Kuhl sent his tip to the sheriff's office, and a helicopter was sent to survey the area Tuesday. There, as if by magic, was Campion. So that's pretty cool. And Campion was airlifted to safety near Chileo campgrounds and did not need to be hospitalized. And that was out of FS Gate by Katie Dowd. The other articles I looked at were Breitbart by Susan Berry, Yahoo News, and by Asha Gilbert and Rebel News. And I was not sure who that, by Lincoln J. Just want to get that in there. Okay, and then, so this was interesting too. I pulled this. The U.S. government partnering with community leaders to increase C19 V uptakes by Carolyn Hendler, and this was out of the vaccine reaction. So this is interesting, and this could affect you. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has proposed an initiative called the COVID-19 Community Corp that has been developed under its COVID-19 public education campaign known as We Can Do This. This COVID vaccine promotion initiative will engage more than 275 groups to work with the U.S. government to help increase the number of Americans taking the 3 experimental COVID-19 vaccines currently being distributed under emergency use authorization. Now, this is similar to what Michigan did. They had this neighborhood group or community thing where they were trying to get people to spread this information. So the government will provide COVID-19 Community Corp members with pro-vaccine information to share with their family, friends, and neighbors. And the information will include a vaccine safety sheet, tips on how to convince people to get the vaccine, and hints for planning and attending community events. COVID-19 Community Corps members are considered trusted messengers as they disperse the information carefully selected by the government to promote vaccination. They need to hear from the people they trust. So I liken the Michigan one to like almost an MLM where it's like, you go to your friends and neighbors and you tell them, this is reliable information. This is, information you need to hear, and try to talk them into doing something they may not really want to do if they saw, other information. So just a ditty about that. Let's see. This was out of Alliance of Science. GMO tomato as edible COVID vaccine. Mexican scientists work to make it a reality. This was from May 6th and Daniel Norrero. With large companies and public sector consortiums in the United States, Canada, China, and Europe are running full speed to develop a V growing in genetically modified tobacco plants. A research group at a Mexican university is working toward the same objective, but with a different and innovative strategy. They are using bioinformatics and computational genetic engineering to identify candidate antigens for a vaccine that can be expressed in tomato plants. Eating the fruit from these plants would then confer immunity against COVID-19. Just more info, not trying to scare anybody, just trying to make sure that we're understanding how hard they are going to try to hit us with this information, and how they are trying to find new ways to spread that information to get it to us, to try to make us make decisions they want us to make, I guess is how I'll say it. All right, so then I'm gonna get out of that and I'm gonna go back to my bookmarks. And I saved this bookmark on Twitter, and I thought this was kind of interesting. So this Grace Culture War refugee, Grace is for You, tweeted this out, and she says, "It's the woke mob, my survival story. My husband and I co-founded a justice-oriented nonprofit organization 11 years ago. At the time, we knew nothing about critical social justice or critical theory. Our motivation was to address disparities in mental health care. We'd learned that lay people without clinical training, made up the majority of trauma care providers around the world working with vulnerable populations, refugees, human trafficking survivors, etc. We wanted to help to equip those lay people with good resources. So we hired clinically trained mental health professionals to develop our curriculum, oversee MEL, and run the international training program. Everything went great for about 7 years. We got accolades from all the right people in academia and partnered with orgs in 50 plus countries. Then a few years ago, we noticed a tone shift among our program staff. They became hypercritical of everything. As executive director, my husband felt he was always on trial. Every word and action was scrutinized, and we couldn't figure out where this was coming from. We noticed shared rhetoric among the staff, terms we heard often: systems of power and oppression, hegemony, marginalized identities, intersections, centering, deconstruct, knowledges, normativity. Didn't understand the ideology behind it, started doing some reading. Then the open letters started. The letters always went to everyone in the org from the graphic designer to the governing board. They always asserted vaguely that the organization was causing harm, and they always ended with demands. We were alarmed and confused. We began having all org sessions trying to discern what was happening and what was needed. It was quickly apparent that there were no specific actions or incidents that could be deemed harmful. The accusations, I'm so sorry about my speech today. The accusations were always vague and abstract about identities, systems, etc. What also became apparent quickly was that they didn't want to resolve any real harm. They wanted control of the organization. They started explicitly, my husband was incapable of running an organization that addresses trauma, an organization he founded because he's straight, white, male, and Christian. That's when I learned to fight. I'd been doing my homework for a while, thanks to people, and she lists off these Twitter tags. Neil Shenvy, Conceptual, James, Vocal Distance, Woke Temple, DB Harrison, and Real Chris Rufo. I knew what we were facing. It was an attempted woke subversion of the organization. I wrote organizational position papers on how critical social justice compromised our work by being in direct conflict with a number of our organizational commitments, namely being evidence-based and valuing the individual cultural humility and allowing for true diversity. Maybe I shouldn't be proud of it, but I also learned to use their woke rules against them. When a staff member said I couldn't speak to a topic because I'm straight, I told her it was wrong of her to assume about my sexuality just because I'm married to a man, and she immediately groveled. After some months, when it was clear to them we wouldn't budge, the ones making demands left on moral grounds, accusing us of every phobia and called the organization white supremacists. We've always partnered with people of every ethnicity, creed, and identity, so this is laughable. Having survived an attempted power grab and character assassination by a woke mob, I'll say it's painful to be mistreated by people you trusted. But if you care more about maintaining your integrity than what people think or say about you, you'll emerge with your dignity intact. Don't apologize for vague accusations of harm. It's not a fair fight. They don't want to dialogue, expose their inconsistencies, show you how their demands won't achieve what they claim to care about, helping the poor, etc. It'll require some reading and a lot of courage. If you don't fight this nonsense now, wherever it's showing up in your community, there'll never be nothing good, true, or beautiful to defend soon. We will be ruled by lies and power while being told we're progressing towards truth and justice. Open war is upon us, and there is no safe anymore. Choose which kind of unsafe you want. Fighting lies is always preferable to being ruled by them. I believe they can be defeated. I believe the truth will prevail. Thanks for reading my story. I'd love to hear yours. And again, this is Grace, Culture War Refugee. Grace is for you. I just found that very interesting read, given what's going on and how that was personal to her. So let's see what else. I'm at 4:17. I'm kind of trying to watch because I do have some clips I want to share. I'm going to share this one too. This Genevieve Campbell she did this thread on Twitter too. I can't ignore the sense of unreality that I feel as I contemplate the change in my politics. Did I move or has the left? Has my ideology shifted or has theirs? This past year has been such a revelation, a falling of scales from the eyes, I guess. I now recognize tools of shame and control, the authoritarian framework of many politics, not necessarily the ideology, but the application of the contemporary left. Progressivism as a culture of conformity, the intolerance for anything outside of a narrow spectrum of opinion. Why didn't I see it before? I think maybe because I was and still am invested in fighting for the underdog, in ensuring fairness and justice and all that good stuff. I just thought the right was the enforcer of that impression. They still are, but through a different mode. Up until now, all my focus was on opposing the right while not seeing how the left was gradually becoming more and more dictatorial and punitive, more and more invested in an extremely narrow bandwidth of thought, less and less interested in freedom of thought or expression. I'm not sure what the next steps are for any sort of socially beneficial political project in our current U.S. left-right paradigm, the future looks pretty freaking bleak. And I've always been a you have an obligation to choose the lesser of two evils person and voter, sigh. Most of the above words originally via Madam Kemp, who has gone on the same journey this year. I'm thankful for this God's forsaken series of tubes, which has allowed me to synthesize these thoughts with friends who have independently come to similar conclusions. Again, though, sigh. So, and the reason I read that is not exactly if I agree with everything they say. I just like to hear different perspectives, and oftentimes I can pull something out that I can relate to. So that's all. I've just found that interesting. This was kind of a feel-good story. Golfer Amy Bockerstedt to be first athlete with Down syndrome to compete for a national college title. I'm glad Amy was given the chance to prove herself. Often that's not the case with kids with special needs.
That is so awesome. Yes. You are so awesome.
Thank you.
That is so good.
Yeah.
Wow, so cool.
Incredible. Thank you.
Big wave. Give him a big wave.
Oh.
So I think this one is licensed by the PGA Tour. So I'm just going to stop it around the 25-second mark.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You are so good.
Thank you.
Amy, it was awesome to meet you. You're an inspiration to us, all right?
Okay.
You're our hero.
I like those inspirational stories to lighten my day. This is kind of funny. I wonder if this maybe is in Canada. It doesn't say where it is, but it's Art Taking Back. I could be wrong about where this is at. I think I would enjoy that myself, going into a grocery store with a bunch of people in sheep masks. That's awesome. I like that. And then there was this by Awkward Mama on Twitter, and this Tyler Fisher, important Dr. Fauci update. I wonder what he has to say.
If you live alone, I would wear a mask in the house, especially in the shower, because frankly, droplets can make their way through the drain and come up through somebody else's toilet, infecting them with COVID through the anus. Ballpark, in 2 to 5 to 20 years, we can start thinking about considering the idea of pondering the thought of conceptualizing the possibility of maybe, perhaps reopening, but probably not. I would avoid having any fun whatsoever in the near to far future.
Oh my goodness. He does a really good job of of Fauci parodies. Yeah, that's funny. Maybe someday. Possibly. I saw this and I found this kind of interesting. It was by Whitley Webb. Both Huxley and Orwell based their novels off of We, written in the 1920s. In We, the state worships science and forces its citizens to have mandatory brain surgery to exercise their imaginations. Any guesses why you've never heard of that book but know all about 1984 and BNW. And then it said George Orwell and then Aldous Huxley. Orwell feared those who would ban books. Huxley feared no one would want to read books. Orwell feared the truth would be concealed from us. Huxley feared the truth would be drowned in a sea of irrelevance. In 1984, people were controlled by pain. In Brave New World, people were controlled with pleasure. Orwell feared fear will ruin us, and Huxley feared desire will ruin us. And then this person said, well, Huxley was a little bit more accurate, to be honest. But then this Ragnar put, because he was the one making the plans, both Huxleys were blue blood Royal Society technocrats. He was a co-founder of Tavistock Institute. Brave New World isn't a warning, it's a blueprint. And then Orwell's vision is much more prophetic now than it was even 5 years ago, let alone when Postman wrote his book. Both are important. Different stages, different theaters of war, Huxley for the masses, Orwell for those who resist. So I just found that interesting. Let's see, what else did I have? Carol just got a Mother's Day video from Donald Trump. Book yours from top Trump impersonator Bob Dubuono on Cameo or email at bobintense@gmail.com.
And this message is for Carol McManus, a great woman, a tremendous woman, a hardworking patriot who loves God, family, and country. And on behalf of me and Melanie, we'd like to wish you a happy Mother's Day. We've been hearing great things about you. You didn't know that, did you? I had a nice conversation the other day with your youngest and your smartest and your best looking. I spoke to Fu, and we had a good call. Actually, really, it was a great call. It was a perfect conversation. And he told me how much he and your other kids, Michelle and Gail, how much they love you. They adore you. They think you're the greatest mom in the history of the country and perhaps even the world by far. They said no one comes close. I said, really? They said, absolutely. And they're very happy about what you're doing. They're very proud of you. And I know you're a big fan of mine. You love me, and I love you too, okay? And I want you to know that I'm looking at you very closely for my 2024 administration. I think you could work very closely with me. You're very smart, you're very talented, and I saw some pictures of you. Fu showed me some pictures. I couldn't believe it. I said, I can't believe your mother is 79 years old. She looks like she's 32. You're so beautiful, and frankly, I could have used you in some of my beauty pageants, and I think you would have won very quickly. Anyway, give me a call. Let's get together. We want you to come down to Mir-a-Lago. Melania is very excited to see you. So have a great Mother's Day. We all love you, and God bless.
He did a good job of impersonating President Trump. I thought that was pretty funny. There's a little swearing on this one, but this is from Can Attitude. He found something to have that protects him from the mask, or protects him like a mask.
You're supposed to... No, I don't have to wear my mask. Look, I got my special rock.
And what's that going to do?
Same thing your mask does. Fuck off.
I got my magic rock. Oh, let's see. And then there was this.
Let's go ahead. Thing. Is there a white entertainment category on Netflix, Hulu, and Prime? No. But there is a black one. Is there a white-owned restaurant category on Uber Eats? No, but there is a black one. Are white people being hired to fill a diversity quota in corporations and companies? No, but black people are. And is there a whole system of affirmative action for white students that puts them in colleges of which they are unfit to attend purely based on their race? No, but there is one for black students. And can white people go out and riot and loot and burn down businesses in the streets while being cheered on by the political left? No, but black people can. White people, don't you dare say a word because you'll be labeled a racist. If you want to know who's in power in your country, think about who you cannot criticize.
Found her to be a smart young woman. Woohoo! Let's see. Well, this was kind of interesting. The accent game.
Hey.
Whoops.
Hey, y'all. I hope everybody's had a fine Wednesday. It's been a little stormy here where I am, so I decided to make tea to relax this evening. I've had a lot of comments about the way I speak and my accent, and the truth is that it's even a dying accent here in the South. And the reason for that is people in my parents' generation and even slightly older were taught that a Southern accent would hold them back in life, so they really didn't speak that way. On the other hand, I was raised by my great-grandparents a lot of times because both of my parents worked, so I tend to have more of their old-school Southern accent. The linguists say that the way I'm speaking to you now is dying out here in the South, so they've even put me in an accent archive with George Mason University up in Virginia. But I'm mighty proud that y'all enjoy listening to the way I speak, and I'll keep on talking this way as long as y'all will let me. Thank y'all very much. Here's to you. Happy Wednesday.
So from the comments, I don't know that this guy, I think he was actually, it must be like a, he's imitating somebody, or he's like, someone said Lynn Wood, but they said lip sync. Wow, I actually understand what he says. Needs to practice lip syncing. I'm not sure who he was impersonating. I don't know who. Maybe you all do. I thought this was cute.
He wanted to give you a hug.
I want to give her a hug.
He wanted to give the officer a hug because he saw him eating alone. Oh, it's nice. This one's kind of funny. This was from Awkward Mama. I like Bill Gates. Let's give it a listen.
Heard about the conspiracy with Bill Gates? Okay, look, so we started COVID-19, we can make the vaccine and make trillions of dollars.
No. Sound like something he would do with his goofy, ugly ass.
I like Bill Gates. Bill's really kind. Bill's really smart. Bill Gates is single and available now. Bill's really generous. Bill's amazing. I like Bill Gates. I would kiss him in a boat. I would kiss him on a float. I would kiss him in the rain. I would kiss him in the dark. Bill.
Like that at the end. Maybe I got a weird sense of humor, but I thought that was pretty funny too. Let's see. So I thought this was kind of funny in conversation. So this woman tweeted out, total strangers in the elevator at our New York City hotel just asked us out of the blue if we were vaccinated. So total strangers in the elevator, how would you respond? So some of the responses I thought were kind of interesting. Someone said, well, what were the results of your latest colonoscopy? This is right up there for me with how are your genital herpes doing? I identify as vaccinated. Smile and say yes or no, and then say, now may I ask you a question? Is your name written in the Lamb's Book of Life? Use it as a way to strike up conversation, then quote for them John 14:1-6. And I'm totally serious. That's exactly what I would do. That person said, I'm in the non-vaccinated control group of this experiment. I'm not in the practice of sharing my private medical history. Someone said they would answer, I would ask them something about their medical history that would be utterly embarrassing for them to answer. Have you had STDs? If so, how did you treat them? And was that treatment successful? Or ask them if they've been inoculated against TB. After the temptation to be sarcastic subsided, maybe it would lead to a gospel conversation. So let's see. I don't know. Insert personal medical question. Pause. Oh, sorry. Were we not asking random strangers about their medical history? You could really have fun with this. Someone said they'd say, hey, have you had a vasectomy? Have you had a hysterectomy? Or say, what difference does it make since its effectiveness is questionable at best? If it were as effective as they want us to believe, wouldn't we still be required to social distance, wear masks, limit visitors to patients in the hospital, nursing homes, and so on? Someone said, say my rabies shot are up to date, but I still bite. My rabies shots are up to date. Yeah, so just kind of a funny of, I'm sure that's probably going on in conversations nowadays. Have you had it? Why or why not? Elijah Schaefer tweeted this out. All it took to elect Joe Biden was the major corporations, tech companies, media outlets, Hollywood, and the music industry, along with hordes of judges, activists, propagandists, and rioters to ensure the election of the most popular president in history. Totally legit. And then this JT tweeted this out. Space 101 tweeted it too.
Sick people, not healthy people. Heart medicine, dandelions, and Roundup. That sounds crazy, right? But you know what? They all fit together like a puzzle. You know why? Those little yellow dandelions that grow in your yard that they tell you to hate, they're terrible. They're actually the greatest thing on the earth for your heart. The enzymes and the electrolytes can literally cleanse and strengthen your heart valves and muscles more than anything else, and it's natural and free. The crazy thing is, the same company that owns the heart medicine, that is the highest sold heart medicine in the entire world, that makes hundreds of millions of dollars a year, is the same exact company that owns Roundup.
Just for the safety of the channel, this is not health advice, and I do not know if that is true or not. You have to, decide for yourself what's true or not in these videos, but I found that interesting. This was kind of neat. I adore how she also stands. Oh, so this is what our country is, not what they tell you. America is being lied to every day, and everyone buys into the lies. We don't hate. They tell us to hate. Day after day, they tell us to hate. It's time to rise up against the narrative. It's time to stop the hate. This young man was on his way to a job interview and having trouble with his tie. The old woman in the red coat noticed him struggling and nudged her husband with her elbow to help. I thought that was neat. And then in response to it, this person says, I adore how she also appears to stand guard as if protecting his dignity. It's beautiful. It's admirable. And it was our norm until quite recently, though eroded for far longer. And then this was an interesting clip. Laura Logan exposes the reasons why children are being brought over the border. And so I'll have to stop it at the 25-second mark because it's licensed.
Because if you are leaders, that's what they'll tell you, right? I spoke to one just recently, and I asked them about the unaccompanied minors coming across the border, and I said, what is this? And he said, it's our workforce. I said, what work will they do? And he said, well, some of them will sell drugs, and some will do ordinary jobs, and some of them will do the things that nobody wants to imagine. I said, what, like child porn? He said, yes. Child prostitution? Yes.
Oh, God.
I'm going to stop it right here. There must be somebody who actually recorded this, and he's the one who's saying his thoughts.
And even child snuff videos. So, I mean, the Biden administration knows everything that you and I are talking about. None of this is secret, Jesse. It's not like, it's not like you can't research and find out about the cartels. It's not like the FBI hasn't documented this. It's not like, anyone following the cartels doesn't know about this. It's a growing phenomenon within the ranks of the cartels. Because as they become more powerful and they have more to lose, it becomes more important.
So again, what are they trying to distract us from?
To control both the cartel members and the population around them.
I'm just shocked that this administration is allowing the importation of underage children from Central America to participate in snuff videos.
Well, and they're not supervised. A lot of them aren't with their parents or anyone to even protect them. I know Laura touched on that, and Breaking did a little bit in their segment. It's just so sad. This is a favorite. I haven't heard from her for a while. This is Alex Lanes.
There's too much
Not enough virtue. I am so tired of people shoving the shot and face coverings down our throats. Stop using your platforms to install fear. The lack of respect for people that choose to not be an experiment or choose to not smother themselves with a face diaper coming from people that promote my body, my choice is astounding. If I had to choose between getting the shot and jumping out of a plane without a parachute, I'd say gas that plane up, baby. No one is telling you you can't mask up. No one is telling you you can't get the Fauci ouchie, so stop demanding me to. If you're still scared, stay 6 feet away. Life's too short to live my life the way you want me to in order to make you feel comfortable. It's been over a year. I'm not responsible for your fears. I'm going to trust my immune system and allow my body to do its job while you stuff your face with free donuts for getting a shot in order to be healthy. That sounds like a bigger issue. I'm tired of being lectured about caring for others by people that wish me dead in the same sentence. It's not my job to make you comfortable, and it's not my job to keep you healthy. Stay out of my business. There's too much virtue signaling.
I love it. Go, Alex. Woo! And so then there was this. I thought this was nice, very nice. Wow, that was impressive to me. Oh my gosh. God bless America. Amen. That was cool. And that was tweeted out by JS Texas Patriot and Kevin W. Beautiful. Southernir tweeted out fact checks absolutely everything except, Twitter fact checks absolutely everything except election results. What's up with that? I think we all know. And then do you guys all remember this? Emma Woodhouse tweeted this out. Remember when the CDC said cloth mask wouldn't protect from small particles in smoke, wouldn't protect us from small particles in smoke, but the same mask can stop COVID. Someone help me out. What's the size of a smoke particles versus viruses? I do remember that last year when the fires were raging and they were saying that. So CDC Environment posted, wearing cloth masks in public can help you stop the spread of COVID, but cloth masks won't protect you from small particles. Wildfire smoke. Interesting. And then this has been going around for the deplorable ventilators in landfills.
These ventilators, remember, those were the most necessary medical equipment for the worst of the COVID patients. So they're trashed, they're gone, they're destroyed, and they're on video. That's making a lot of people really angry. A constant stream of waste, mattresses, tires, and at the top of Trash Mountain.
This is what's up.
So I have to, this is on his license too, but very interesting. What are in those big boxes?
All these ventilators.
A resident taking garbage to the Southdale landfill last week, stunned to see hundreds of brand new wrapped medical ventilators dumped as bulky trash.
This is what is going on. Brand new.
They tell us here that what's dumped is usually plowed under within a day, so those ventilators are probably gone.
I just thought it was just a lot of waste. Thousands and thousands of medical units that are being just tossed out.
What the heck? What the heck is going on with that? Kind of interesting. This was interesting. This John Concha tweeted out, the drop CNN experience is profound. On Friday, not one program broke 900K total viewers. Prime averaged less than 800K overall. For comparison, the network averaged 2.74 million viewers in January. So we're talking about more than 2/3 of their audience gone. Wow. And then this was interesting. This kind of makes my day. Little Greta doesn't speak from knowledge. She speaks from a script, and even China knows it. So Breitbart had put out this. China's Global Times state propaganda outlet attacked teen environmental celebrity Greta Thunberg on Sunday, dismissing her as short of sufficient academic knowledge. China mocks puppet Greta Thunberg for skipping school. Wow, that's kind of interesting. And then this was kind of a funny meme, I thought. These birds. Be reasonable, Frank. If he wanted us dead, why would he feed us so much? Hey, believe what you want to believe, but I'm out of here. And then this was a funny meme too, I thought. When you haven't been to Sunday school or church in a while, who killed Goliath? Yeah, that's kind of funny. Let's see. Well, this is kind of interesting. Jenna Ellis, Real America's Voice. She, I believe she's on this program. So again, license, I'll have to stop at 25 mark.
Michael, obviously they're talking about even reinventing symbols. We're controlling these hand gestures, these terms like autism, saying, no, you have to use this other term, otherwise you're a Nazi. Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what you've just been talking about in your book.
Of course, I don't know what's funnier, Elon's monologue, which I felt was very funny, or the ridiculous criticisms of him. What they're focusing in on is the OK sign. I guess I'm going to be canceled now too because I did it. This is the sort of thing.
Yeah, I think he probably shouldn't have done the sign. Eeks!
Steph Curry will flash these signs when he hits a three-pointer, but if I were to do it, I'm a Nazi now or something. And what the left did by redefining the OK sign to mean white supremacy or something is they flexed their political and cultural muscles. Because on the one hand, to say that the OK sign means white supremacy is ridiculous, right?
How they constantly do that with words and signs.
Right. But because the left has said it so much, because the left has imposed this new definition, it's sort of stuck. So now if someone does this, do they mean okay? Do they mean a three-pointer? Or do they mean that they're white supremacists? The left actually did this to a glass of milk. I don't know if you'll remember this, but briefly in 2016 and 2017, they said...
I don't remember what he's talking about.
That the glass of milk is a new white power symbol. And the purpose of this is not clarity. You know, the reason that we have symbols is clarity. And so, as we were discussing earlier, you can refer to the objective world with these symbols and we know what we're talking about and we share a language. But what the left wants to do is
okay, so maybe I blocked it out.
muddle up all of that language. And the point of political correctness, as far as I can tell, is, or the power of it rather, is not in how it changes the words, it's in the imposition. The very fact that the left can now get you, through its ruthless criticism, to question whether or not I'm allowed. You say, hey, Michael, I'll see you at the bar later. And you say, okay, see you then. The fact that I have to question that, because I say, oh, I hope he doesn't.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting that he's bringing this up or talking about this.
Think I'm a Nazi. That is the success of their program.
Michael.
Ugh. Take their powers away. Oh, and here's the tiger story that I was talking about. So people were taking videos. I don't think I saved the videos, but I did save some of the the pictures of this tiger. Imagine walking out in your Houston neighborhood and yep, there's a tiger in somebody's yard. And there's this whole thing going with it, that this guy had it and that he got it in this truck. But when they picked up the guy, he said it wasn't his. It's weird. He said it wasn't his and they can't find the tiger. So they think it's still loose. But I don't know. They haven't found it yet as far as I know. So this person tweeted out, this photo is shocking, but it happened and history is repeating itself as itself. It's happening all over again. Believe it. Rapid 8 months tested vaccine. Rapid 8 month tested vaccine. I'm so sorry, I'm tripping over my words. Thalidomide was a rapid approved drug introduced in 1957 to counteract nausea and insomnia in pregnant women. It was marketed in 50 countries before being withdrawn in 1962 due to malformations in newborns. So from 1957 to 1962, be careful with what's coming, Ben Runyon. Yeah, that did happen. And then Grace put out this video recently.
I got vaccine. Great. So you did all your research beforehand, I assume. Yeah. Good. So you read all of Maxine's inserts, you've looked up all of her side effects, you reviewed safety studies and who funded those studies, you learned who was incentivized for promoting it, you researched which placebo was used, you looked up lawsuits of all the manufacturing companies, you've compared symptoms of the illness to symptoms of Maxine injury, you've reviewed all alternative medical treatments, you looked up mortality rates prior to the Maxine, you've researched how mutations impact on Maxine injury. You looked up Maxine adverse events reporting, and you do understand that variants are going to mean that you'll be a pincushion and Maxine passports are going to control your entire life. And obviously you've compared your odds against COVID. No. My journalist did all that for me. I just turn on the television and listen to the government. Good luck with that. By the way, why are you still wearing a mask?
She has a point. And I love that she calls it Maxine research. Let's see. I love Dr. Scott Jensen. He's continuing to say things that I really appreciate.
Dr. Scott Jensen, I'm running to be the next governor of Minnesota. Are you buying what they're selling? Well, I'm not. When the CDC starts talking the way they do, they have lost absolute confidence with me. A month ago, the CDC said that less than 10% of COVID-19 transmission occurred outdoors. The data that they utilized to make that statement actually indicates that the amount of transmission that occurred outdoors was way less than 10%. Looks like it was less than 1%, possibly less than 0.1%. The New York Times article said today that this is like saying that less than 10% of COVID transmission occurring outdoors parallels saying that sharks attack fewer than 20,000 swimmers a year, when the fact of the matter is sharks only attack 150 people a year. It's both true but deceiving, and that's what the CDC has gotten very good at. The teachers' unions have weighed heavily on what the CDC has had to say about reopening schools. Dr. Walensky's message to America in terms of reopening schools was heavily massaged by teachers' unions. And this is problematic in multiple ways because the California Teachers Union has been profoundly impactful, but so has the Minnesota Teachers Union. Governor Walz has had a close relationship with the teachers' unions. Heck, they helped put him in office. And we've got the same situation going on in California with the teachers' unions. Fact of the matter is, once the teachers' unions got done massaging the CDC message, the 6-foot distance between students was called out instead of going with the 3 feet that had been discussed previously. Teacher vaccinations were once again highlighted as a priority when Dr. Walensky had said earlier that that did not need to be a priority and that schools needed to remain closed in high transmission communities. And that also had been debated. So we're seeing the CDC heavily influenced by teachers' unions as well. And lastly, I've been disappointed with the CDC in terms of being forthright in terms of the benefits of vaccinating 12 to 15-year-olds. I am very concerned about what these vaccines are doing. The data is not yet in, but I think that we can certainly say that if we're only studying a couple thousand kids to go ahead and make a game-changing recommendation that now kids between 12 and 15 can be vaccinated, we may be on thin ice. I worry for our kids. So folks, when it comes to something that the CDC is selling, I'm really taking a hard skeptical look. I hope you do too. Thank you.
I do like the way he puts things, and I'm still observing and watching him. I'm glad he is running for governor of Minnesota. Let's see. Tim Young posted, so you can hack a major fuel pipeline, but voting machines aren't hackable. Just something to think about. And this Malcolm Flea tweeted this out.
Such a great day now that Orange Man is gone. I'm sure glad we don't have to worry about those mean tweets anymore. Oh, what's this? My gas tank is running empty? Let me just pull over on the side of the road and fill my tank up with that good old social media goodwill. Now that there are no more mean tweets, my car gets even more mileage. Oh, what's this? Gas stations are closed? Oh, crap. Guess I better go ahead and dig into my pocket and get $100,000 so that I can go buy a new electric car. Oh, wait, inflation hit? That electric car is now $400,000? Oh, wait, now you can't even buy them because there are production shortages? Oh, well, at least Twitter's nice. No more Orange Man, no more mean tweets, hooray! What's this? The gas pipelines just got attacked? Cyber attack? Joe Biden doesn't know what the internet is? Joe Biden's asleep? Well, at least no more Orange Man tweets. Yay!
I thought that was pretty good. So, and then, let's see. This is kind of interesting. I'm not sure if I have time to read that one. I don't think I'll read that one. I'll go ahead and play a couple more videos. I think I have a couple more videos. Wow, that was beautiful. It's amazing, so inspirational. Let's see. This is just a minute or so. I'll play this one too.
King Jr., I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Now I have a dream that we will implement love, not hate, or supporting another Jim Crow's agenda. CRT is not an honest dialogue. It is a tactic that was used by Hitler and the Ku Klux Klan on slavery very many years ago to dumb down my ancestors, so we could not think for ourselves. CRT is racist. It is abusive. It discriminates against one's color. Let me educate you. An honest dialogue does not oppress. An honest dialogue does not implement hatred or injustice. It's to communicate without deceiving people. Today, we don't need your agreement. We want action and a backbone for what we asked for today, to ban CRT. We don't want your political advertisement to divide our children or belittle them. Think twice before you indoctrinate such racist theories. You cannot tell me what is or is not racist. Look at me. I had to come down here today to tell you to your face that we are coming together and we are strong. This will not be the last. Greet and meet respectfully.
Wow, that was awesome. Parents are on fire about this stuff. Let's see. I thought this was funny. It's time for turd limits. And I've only got a couple minutes left. I'm not sure if Pixels is in the house yet.
I'm here. I sent you a message and Gilded, but you keep going. As long as Pixels is at a family function today. He's at a birthday party, so him and 412 will take today off.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yeah, I sent you a message and Gilded and then in here. But yeah, I'm here.
I'm
Just
sorry.
take your time. No, it's okay.
didn't-
Hey, listen, crap happens. I'm here though in
Okay.
the background, so you just keep doing what you want to do. No, you
Okay.
have no time limit.
Okay. I'll go a little bit longer then. So this was interesting. Windham, New Hampshire, the 4 voting machines are being opened. Each contains a maintenance access log. A mix-up between paperwork between binders 1 and 3 has occurred. Each machine contains seals, which they are reading the corresponding numbers for.
It says for maintenance.
Looks like below that there's a cross out. It looks like it says error. You can see that. Okay. So now we're going to look at
So I'm not sure if this one is licensed or not, so that's why I'm stopping it.
the disabled ports that are still sealed, even though they're disabled ports. Here, that's the red seal.
Okay, so the red seal is 001256015.
So just that to say that this is happening today too in New Hampshire. So hopefully they will continue to be looking at the election integrity, let's call it. And then this was another one that was tweeted out. Again, New Hampshire, the external entry port access log for one of the voting machines is missing. The team searched through different binders, but were unable to locate it. Cross-pollination between binders was also reported. Something to keep an eye on, folks. I thought this was kind of funny. This was a meme. I don't have enough gas to circle back. I'm out of gas. You're going to have to circle back. And then there was this cartoon. And I thought I knew who this was from, but maybe it's from this Alexopoulos. I'm not sure. I wish they'd, oh, here it is. G Prime 85. So COVID restrictions remain despite millions being vaccinated. American cities continue to suffer from peaceful protests. The pipeline was attacked. Rockets are being fired into Jerusalem and the dollar faces historic inflation. What are the administration's solutions to this week's problems? And there's Jen's face. I brought cookies. Wow. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Let's enjoy them in a COVID safe way. That does feel like what's going on. I'm seriously feeling like we live in a Babylon world, Babylon B world. So yeah, today, I don't know if Soko and Breaking touched on this, but the Merriam-Webster Dictionary has changed their definition of anti-vaxxer to include people who oppose laws that mandate vaccination. Yeah, as they continue to do this. And then I'm not going to touch on this too much, but I did think the video and pictures coming out of this Israel conflict is just amazing. So this woman tweeted pictures from right above my friend's home in Israel. That Iron Dome thing is just incredible, the way it intercepts those rockets. Again, the pictures and videos coming out of there are just astounding. Wow. And then I'm sure Soko, I heard her touch on this, over 100 former Republican officials to sign a letter Thursday declaring that if the Republican Party doesn't, oh no, this was something else. She was talking about the officers, I believe, the military. But this was in from Bias News that over 100 former Republican officials to sign a letter Thursday declaring that if the Republican Party does not break with former President Trump and change course, they will back the creation of a third party. And this is from the Bias News. I wish they would put where they get their sources or information from, but they often don't. And then this was out today. Who executed Ashley Babbitt? And
Mr. Rosen, do you recall the name of the veteran wrapped in an American flag that was killed in the U.S. Capitol?
I do. Her name was Ashley Babbitt.
Yes, Ashley Babbitt. Was Ashley Babbitt armed?
Again, Congressman, I mean to be respectful of your observations, but I just don't want to talk about individual situations or...
Clearly reclaiming my time, Mr. Rosen. No, she wasn't. She was wrapped in a U.S. flag. Was the death of Ashley Babbitt a homicide?
Congressman, I'm not trying to be unhelpful here, but I just cannot comment.
I understand, but I mean, reclaiming my time, as the death certificate says, it was a homicide. Who executed Ashley Babbitt?
Congressman, I'm just going to have to say the same thing here, that I don't want to get into the specific facts
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, Chief Conte, what are the rules of engagement at the D.C. protests?
At DC protests, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, we the only time that we engage in donning riot gear, that kind of thing, is when in situations where there's an actual attack that's going on, sir. I'm not sure the.
Well, I appreciate you, and thank you for your service, Madam Chair.
And that's where that video cut off. But that's pretty interesting, and you know, that they just won't come forthright with that information about Ashley Babbitt. And then this was just kind of a funny, given the tiger being on the loose and that gal, I can't even think of her name. Oh, Carol Baskin. Sorry, it's right in front of me. Carol Baskin. This is funny. The memers. Ted Cruz. Carol Baskin blames Ted Cruz, John Cornyn for Houston's missing tiger on CNN. Oh gosh, the memers. What would we do without the memers? They're so awesome. And then Jim Jordan.
Election stolen.
I do not know of evidence that would say it was. I think you're alluding to a troublesome thing about the legitimacy of our past elections, sometimes governor's races being called into question. And I think it's really necessary and important for all of us to find ways to restore our citizens' faith in the electoral process and in our representative system of government.
Secretary Clinton said on a speaking tour, May 2019, you can run the best campaign, you can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you. September 2019, she said on CBS Sunday Morning that President Trump was an illegitimate president. On October 2020, just a month before our last presidential election, she was referring to the 2016 presidential election, and she said it was stolen from her. Is she wrong?
Too bad that clip cut off. But yeah.
Well, I can tell you how to win back some integrity in the elections is allow an audit to go through without trying to hire 72 lawyers to stop it.
Absolutely. And isn't it funny being reminded of that, yeah, Clinton said that stuff. And they're telling us that.
Here many a times and said for 4 years, all we watched on Twitter and on mainstream media and everything else was about a Russia, and watching Hillary Clinton prance her dumbass around everywhere talking about how this election was stolen from her. But God forbid the Trump supporters or conservatives come out and talk about some serious discrepancies when all of a sudden these machines just had the same glitch at 3 o'clock in the morning. And when the mornings, the sun rose, all of a sudden we found millions of ballots off somewhere in a ditch somewhere. And then everybody's like, oh, that's legitimate. No, nothing to see here. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, these people being removed for having questions about the election when for 4 years, that's all we heard about was Hillary Clinton and Brian Stelster and Anderson Cooper and Rachel Maddow talking about how Russia. We spent $40 million in 2 years to prove there was no freaking thing about Russia, but yet we still hear it to this day. So spare me this virtue signaling about how people need to stop talking about an election. That's all we listened to for 4 years. Sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
No, you don't have to shut up. That's perfect. It's awesome. Yeah, and so just going along, some of the stuff I had was I found this And I thought this was interesting. Prohibition flowchart. Public thinks X is scary. Authorities ban X to make public feel safe. No legal way to obtain X. Value of X increases. Black market forms. Organized crime gains a new source of income. Organized crime grows. And then the arrows. Frequency of violent crime increases. Law enforcement uses harsher tactics. Criminals become more violent. And then it just becomes a cycle. I just thought that was interesting that someone posted that. Just some of the stuff makes me think, what's going on. And then I don't know, President Trump had put out some statements today that were kind of interesting. He said, I see that everybody is comparing Joe Biden to Jimmy Carter. It would seem to me that it is very unfair to Jimmy Carter. Jimmy mishandled crisis after crisis, but Biden has created crisis after crisis. First, there was the Biden border crisis that he refuses to call a crisis. Well, I think he slipped up once and did call it a crisis. Then the Biden economic crisis, then the Biden Israel crisis, and now the Biden gas crisis. Joe Biden has had the worst part of any president in United States history, and someday they will compare future disasters to the Biden administration. But no, Jimmy was better. President Trump. And then I thought this was funny too, because this Jeff Carlson tweeted out 6 words to strike terror in a nation's heart. Jill Biden had tweeted on April 29th, 100 days, we're just getting started. Yeah. So anyways, that's
the scary part is that she doesn't know how scary that statement she just made is. Look what's happened in the first 100 days. We have our gas lines are hacked. Our border is open and flooding in criminals. Now we have Iran already flexing their shit again. We got China laughing at us and dancing in the streets while we're all over with business still shut down and masks showing up in the ocean. I mean, look with money being printed like it's like to wipe your butt with during the TP crisis. We got trillions of dollars he's trying to shove out. You think the American people are getting that money? Hell no. It's other corporate hacks, and we're even sending millions of dollars to other countries. Good Lord. See, I need to shut up.
No, don't shut up. It's your platform. No, it's true.
Oh,
it's our,
yeah. But I really like it's just a bit ludicrous, the amount of shit that we have watched for 4 months. And yet all we heard was about how damn Donald Trump was some kind of Nazi or Hitler or some shit when he was giving money to the HBCUs that Obama let go bankrupt his first month in office. But he's some racist. I think it's the worst racist I've ever seen. Why would you fund historically black colleges and then be right? That makes no sense, folks. Opportunity zones. Yeah, racist. I don't know.
It doesn't make sense. And I just so hope, because I just don't talk to a lot of people, but I really hope that people are getting it, that they're understanding it, because I watch the news a lot. I know you do too. And even for prepping shows and just pulling articles and stuff, and you get it. But I just wonder how many people are putting all this stuff together out there. So.
Well, I think Americans are getting fed up, and I think another documentary I'm going to show from that, thankfully, that Oracle website that allowed me to share their content. They did a really good video showing all the countries that are protesting these like mandates, but you will never see it on mainstream media. That's why I have to outsource this information from patriots all over the world that will go around with a camera and show what these countries are doing. They don't want that to get out. They don't want the little sheeple to figure out they can stand out and protest, and it doesn't have to be Black Lives Matter or Antifa. You can actually protest for your rights. They don't want everybody to know that crap. And by the way, Mojo said she's selling gas on the black market. Thanks, Wang Dang Doodle. Best Anon name ever. I feel like changing my name to Wang Ding Doodle or something. That's just the funniest freaking Anon name.
It's good. And one of the things about the Capitol riot for me is I feel like that was a message sent out, like we're not gonna let you patriots, all this other stuff too, all this buzz going on about how they're surveilling us and stuff. I just think it's like, we're going to target you, and we want you to know we're going to target you. And there's nothing, you can think, we're going to try to make you think there's nothing you can do to stop us, but you can't, protest. You don't have rights. I feel like that's what they're trying to shove down our throats with all that crap. you know,
I think this is a good segue to show what I'm so bad with A9 names. That's why I like Wayne Dang Doodle to Talia. I hope I said that right, Talia. She posted a link in there. I'm going to share this really quick.
Yeah.
I fast forwarded it just to show you at the time slot because I can't share the whole thing because it's a couple minutes long. But she shared this, and it's a Seminole school district to vote on repealing the mask mandate. Again, this was 19 hours ago, and I fast forwarded to the part where the parents are standing up. Hopefully, it shows that. So here's for her. Thanks for the post out there.
Parents go before the Seminole County School Board fired up over the district's mask mandate.
Your teachers union is clearly terrified of healthy children. It's no secret you don't work for us, but for the teachers union. You're supposed to do what's right by our children. So protect them by taking these masks off.
And we can't simply just rescind it willy-nilly automatically.
Oh, we can't rescind it willy-nilly automatically. Bullshit. Again, all we hear shoved down our throat is follow the science. Show me one scientific research paper that proves that these masks do anything. I'm not asking for Fauci's opinion. I'm not asking for the CDC lady that was cahoots with the teachers unions. I'm not asking for something the NIH went paid for by some lackeys. And I can get into a whole documentary showing that scientists now, you can't even believe the majority of them because they're paid off shills. Don't shove down my throat somebody's opinion. Show me some scientific proof. I can show you video after video of people taking their damn e-vapes and putting a mask on and blowing through it. And you want to think those particles are smaller than COVID? Give me a break. That is why on this platform, I will say it again. I'm not silencing these people. I'm not silencing these women that are coming out scared to death because they're having all these issues with their menstrual cycles and their uterine walls shedding and all these people with rashes all over the world. And all you do is see these platforms shut them down. I'll be damned if YouTube didn't show a freaking a commercial on a video I was watching 2 days ago, and it was again pushing the damn vaccine, talking about safe and effective. You guys are getting yourself into a world of hurt out there. You need to understand the legal liability you're taking by saying something you cannot prove. You cannot prove this thing is safe and effective when it's not even made it through clinical trials. And now we know 1% of people report their vaccine if they have any reactions to the vaccine at 1%, and we already have 4,000 people that they have on record at VAERS, VAER, however you pronounce that, that people that are having adverse reactions, people that have died, and over 4,000 with adverse reactions. Now you multiply that by 99. So again, that's why these people are getting themselves into a world of hurt, man. They're getting themselves because they're out here making these claims all over media. All of the CDC, everywhere, safe and effective, safe and effective, safe. Prove it to me. Show me the long-term studies. Oh, you can't. Show me the research that's done into it for long-term. You can't. Show me the efficacy rate. You can't.
Right.
So keep making those claims to these people.
And they're so devious, So, I think a week or two ago, I had shown that Michigan, the neighborhood thing where they were, and I said it was kind of like a midline marketing because they were making money off it. Go to your friends and neighbors. We'll train you what to say. And you go to your friends and neighbors. And if you bring them in for the injection, then we'll give you $50. And now, I just read that article today where they're, training these people in these groups to do that to our friends and family to try to go after us who don't want it.
Again, and they will lie to your face. They will lie to your face. If you all guys, I know I've seen this with Rand Paul.
It's awesome.
Yes, that's Dr. Fauci in the Senate hearing about him funding the scientist that was doing this gene therapy. And he lied in front of the Senate, said, we don't fund them. We don't fund them. He brings up the doctor's name. right here, for years, Dr. Ralph Barrick, a virologist in the U.S., has been collaborating with Dr. Xi Jiling from the Wuhan Virology Institute, sharing his discoveries on how to create superviruses. The gain-of-function research has been funded by the NIH. Dr. Fauci, do you still support funding the NIH? Senator Paul, with all due respect, you're entirely completely incorrect. Lie. They have funded this doctor who has done nothing but research gain-of-function. Who's lying? Who's lying?
Right.
But he's lying. He's been funding this shit. Gates funded it for 10 years, funded the mRNA for 10 years.
Our celebrity expert is funding it. Sounds like.
Yeah, well, it is disgusting. It is disgusting that how much, I mean, again, these people will lie to you, and yet they're the ones that they prance out on stage and tell you that you're supposed to believe and listen to.
Hey, I see in live chat, Talia put update pipeline restarted at 5:11 p.m. today. I haven't heard anything or seen anything on that, but I hope so.
Well, my dad told me earlier they were here. I'll Google it really fast, but no, Brave It, by the way, and not Google. Restored. My dad said that they were supposed to have it up by Friday. So let's see. To be restored by end of day. That was 1 day ago. I don't see it. If you have a link, you can put it out in DLive. DLive will allow you to put out links, and I don't mind people sharing links in our DLive. I just ask people not to spam it, but you're more than welcome to put the link of wherever you saw that at. Because I just did a quick Google. I don't see anything, but that does not mean that, gas on the side of the road selling for 30 bucks a gallon in a hefty bag.
Oh my gosh. There's always
just kidding.
People, I was going to say, always people that do, I wouldn't be surprised. There's always people that do that kind of crap. Oh my gosh.
Well, and I don't know if you've heard about the NRA trying to, I don't get this. Federal judge on Tuesday dismissed the National Rifle Association's bankruptcy case, leaving the powerful gun rights group to face a New York state lawsuit that accuses it of financial abuses. So I don't know what they're going after these different organizations. They'll let Maxine Waters' husband's bank file for bankruptcy and bail him out. But if you're the NRA, or if you're a pipeline for gas that everybody is crucial to the getting our food and stuff delivered to us, then all of a sudden you're just you're a private company. The cuckoldry that's going on around here is nuts. But that's what we're here for, guys. That's what we're here for. You can call these people and push back, run for office. I'm going to say it again. I will support any of you. If you don't know a damn thing, I'd be more willing to vote for you than people that have been these politicians that constantly hold these hearings and don't do a damn thing after. I don't need another hearing. I don't need another tweet. I need patriots that are running for office, and we'll highlight you here on this platform. I will do it, because I'd rather put my money on you than put my money on it. I'm serious. Jim Jordan or any of them, any of these people that will hold these hearings and yet still do nothing. Isn't it nice how they confront them?
True.
And then the shit just keeps rolling on downhill.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
And there's another audit coming, guys. I don't know if you saw this. By the way, if you're not part of Red Pill's Telegram, I highly suggest you figure out how to get in there. I will see if I can get. I'm sure if you go over to his thing, he posts it and they share it. But I grab some of these articles. Trump-backed election audit begins in Windham, New Hampshire. So yay, guys, it's happening. People are like hell to the no. This shit is stupid. It says Republican Governor Sununu signed legislation April the 12th directing the audit of the ballot counting machines and memory cards used during the 2020 general election. So here we go. Here we go. Now you're going to have people crying and whining that they're the most transparent administration in the world. And yeah, they're going to be like, shut this shit down. Does that make any? You can't hold those two things at the same time, simultaneously. We are so transparent because we're so honest. And then say, no, don't be doing that, because, you might uncover what we were really doing. So America's pushing back. And Liz Cheney, I still don't know. They did a corner removed. Do you know what the whole thing? This is one thing I don't know much about Liz Cheney.
She got removed today from her leadership position. And then she said that she will make it her life's mission, basically, to make sure that Donald Trump never holds an office again, is her response basically to it.
What did she do though?
I think, didn't her counties go after her because she went after him on impeachment and stuff?
According to report, Cheney secretly orchestrated an op-ed in the Washington Post from all living former secretaries of defense slamming Trump's handling of the military in January. Okay, a good friend of Cheney's, Eric Eldman, reportedly told the New Yorker that Cheney had personally met with all 10 living former defense secretaries, including Trump's first defense secretary, Jim Mattis, urging them to participate in the op-ed. She was the one who generated it because she was so worried about what Trump might do, Eldman told the magazine. It speaks to the degree that she was concerned about the threat to our market. Bullshit. This is, again, why I'm saying again, I would trust any of you to run for office and help whatever country you're in, help bring back some democracy and help fight for the rule of law rather than these daggum people. Because you see what they do when they have power? They crap all over it. That's just disgusting.
She is also, I think she went against his claims that the 2020 election was stolen and was ousted from House Republican leadership.
Yeah, how much do you want to bet she was probably, I won't say because I don't know, but I was like, I bet she also probably has some secret Twitter account where she was pushing the 2016 crap.
Mm-hmm. And then remember, Gates went up to her Wyoming and challenged her. And then that's kind of when he was dragged through the news, all that crap about him. Yeah, so it's been kind of an ongoing thing for a little bit.
Yeah, and hopefully DeSantis, he declared a state of emergency. It says emergency declaration covered Alabama, Arkansas, D.C., Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. Now, I don't know how a Florida governor can rule a state of emergency over multiple states that's, outside of his jurisdiction. But apparently, maybe that won't last long if the pipeline's up and running again. Did Talia, am I saying that right? Talia put a link in there to where she's looking.
Yeah, let's see. It's
on radio.
CPCYBearsResponse.com. She said her husband heard it on the way home. Okay. Cyber incident and operational response, Colonial Pipeline Company. Update Wednesday, May 12th, 5/11. Colonial Pipeline initiated the restart of the pipeline operations today at approximately 5 p.m. Eastern.
There you go.
So it'll take a few days for product delivery.
Fine. Well, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
See what happons. So,
and then just one more thing. Save America statement by Donald J. Trump. If there were long and horrible gas lines like this under President Trump, the fake news would make it a national outrage. Did Joe Biden put Hunter in charge of energy with all his Burisma experience? Even Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is lost.
Yeah, and again, it's something to remember before we get off the election stuff. Here's this. Former Texas Democrat mayoral candidate indicted on 109 felony voter fraud charges, but there's nothing to see. Everything's on the up and up. 109 felony voter fraud charges, not 2, not 7, 109. He was charged with 25 counts of knowingly possessing a ballot with intent to defraud, a second-degree felony, and 84 counts of providing false info on a voting application. 84 counts. I mean, he had 84 ballots that he falsified information on. Nothing to see here, guys. Nothing. They're so on the up and up. I have no idea why they'll be trying to hide this password of these Dominion machines. I have no idea. You have any idea? I have no idea. Biden's going to have a examination for the lump on his head, by the way. So here we come with Kamala. God help us. God help us. The president is planning to have a checkup later this year. Oh my God. And the results will be released to the public. Andrew Bates, the White House deputy press, said to Fox. So yeah, later this year. When? December the 30th.
Oh gosh, blah.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, and middle, whatever you are. This dude is an embarrassing to America. This dude is embarrassing to the United States of America. He went on a Zoom call with all these other countries with a mask on his face. He can't even string 3 sentences together without stumbling over his words.
Oh, I know. I still wonder how many people are like understanding that he's not the president and, that he's not running the presidency, that someone else is. I so wonder about people out there if they're getting it. Hope so.
Angry wasn't. Oh, wait a minute. Skeeter said timeout generation update. Man who gunned down 6 people at birthday party was angry he wasn't invited to the celebration. Well, there's your, we're going to hopefully cover that before too long about this entitled generation.
Oh,
They're talking about
gosh.
women as well, the amount of women. And hopefully y'all can wait for something hopefully to come here soon on this channel about that. But about these women that are going out here talking about how we don't need men, we don't need men, we don't need men. Now they're finding themselves 40 and single with a cat and lonely and can't figure out why no man ever wanted them. I don't know why, because you were busy beating them over the head with your broomstick, telling them to sit down and shut up. I have no idea why a man wouldn't want to marry you.
Holy moly. I just read this on Twitter. Governor Mike DeWine. Do you know where he is? Mike DeWine? I'm not sure which state. If anyone knows, please.
What's going on with him?
He says 2 weeks from tonight on May 26th, we will announce a winner of a separate drawing for adults who have received at least their first dose of the vaccine. This announcement will occur each Wednesday for 5 weeks, and the winner each Wednesday will receive $1 million.
Yeah. Oh, good
Oh
Lord.
my gosh.
Dandy
These
said
people.
Ohio. Dandy said Ohio, and I just looked it up. It says
They're
he's the
horrible.
Republican Party, a member of the Republican Party. Oh my
gosh,
he was
that's
previously the Ohio
horrible.
Attorney General from 2011 to 2009. He's currently the governor of Ohio. He's giving out $1 million? Get vaccinated in Ohio and get a shot at $1 million. See, this is what I mean. All these people, they don't understand the amount of legal risk that they're taking by incentivizing people to go out here and get vaccinated by giving them prizes. You know what I mean? Like
that's horrible. Think of how many people are going to just, like need money. My heart goes out to the people who really are, like down and out, need money and, need to feed their children, need to eat, need to have a home. Oh my gosh. Just think of that. They'll go out and get that thinking they might win.
Okay, yeah, you know who's going to pay for it, which will be paid by federal coronavirus funds. He's giving your money back to you, people. You're going to win $1 million of your own money. Congratulations. Congratulations.
He says, I know that some of you may say, DeWine, you're crazy. This $1 million drawing idea of yours is a waste of money. But truly, the real waste at this point in the pandemic, when the vaccine is readily available to anyone who wants it, is a life lost to COVID-19. Oh my gosh. This guy is.
That's what I said. I don't care if you got an R behind your name. I don't care if you have a D behind your name. I don't trust the majority of any of them because they're all in this shit together.
Yep.
We are what we have, guys. The people of this country and other countries that are patriots that love their country and don't want to see it drove into the ground. You are what we'll say your own country. It's not going to be these folks because they're all in it together. They prove it every day.
Someone's asking $1 million a week for how long? I think what he said is they'll be drawing $1 million. Let's see. I think what he said is this announcement will occur each Wednesday for 5 weeks, and the winner each Wednesday will receive $1 million. So they're doing it 5 Wednesdays in a row is how I read that. And you have to be over 18, thank God, at least, at least they have to be over 18. You must be an Ohio resident and you must be vaccinated before the drawing.
Yeah, over 18. who have a survivability rate of this of 99.8%. And the vaccine they're only signing has a 95% success rate. They can't not tell you how long it's going to last. These are facts, folks. They cannot tell you how long it's going to protect you. They can't even tell you it's going to protect you. They even tell you that even with the after getting it, you can still get COVID. And guess, look at the spike of COVID cases after the vaccine was rolled out. So you're going to inject yourself with something that has a 95% success rate to prevent something that you have a 99.8% success rate of surviving. Does that make any sense to anybody with two brain cells to rub together? And no, I'm not talking about AOC. Yeah, that chick couldn't find her way out of a wet paper douchebag. I'm going to take her snipe hunting one day and just leave her out there. I'm telling you, that chick gets, talk about infuriating. Good Lord, that lady's infuriating to me.
Oh, yes, she is. Oh my gosh, that's enough news for today. I think I need to go for a bike ride.
Kids in cages, kids in cages. If you say anything about the border, then you are white supremacist. Like I mean, literally, this is how these people think. When it's Trump in office, it's kids in cages. This is the internment camps. But if Biden has 10 times as many kids in those same cages, then it's, humanitarian.
It's just amazing, the double speak.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll leave you with this last thing I had pulled up, guys. I pulled up a couple things when I'd come on. That this circle back said accidentally admits why Joe Biden has not visited the southern border. This is not even this. I'm gonna get down here to the points. Here's where's my points at? She says that it's because Americans don't care about it. So Pulaski admitted that one, Biden won't visit the border because he thinks Americans don't really care. Hear that, America? She admitted that the press team advises Biden not to take any questions from reporters that they haven't not already screened. And 3 is planning to step down in the near future. By the way, she said she probably wouldn't be press secretary by the end of the year. I wonder why. I mean, it gets hard to keep all that shit together when you're lying through your teeth. So, right. Yeah. So he says she says they're not going down there because the public cares about the pandemic and the economy. We're often asked, why doesn't he go to the border? Important issues we're focused on it. No, you're not. You're not. You can watch any video right now of them pouring over our border and people walking them up to Border Patrol in the middle of the day, being handed off to them by a member of the cartel / any one of those coyotes is a member of the cartel. Let's not mince words here. I'm going to tell you again, $3,500 to pass the river, but these people are impoverished and broke. Most of them that can't afford it, that means they owe debt to the cartel. They have to pay that money back. Yes, they have to pay that money back. If they get transferred from the river to Houston, it's $9,500 at the least, almost $10,000 for that transport. But these people are broke. They ain't got no damn money, but they can come up with 10 grand to get their asses to freaking Dallas.
And that Laura Logan, I showed that clip of Laura Logan. I believe she was on Fox. Yeah, she was on Fox with, I can't think of his name, but Jesse Waters, and talking about how she asked him, and they said, yeah, there are, what they say, there are our workforce. And she goes, what do you mean workforce? Oh yeah, they'll do work for us, and they'll also do like snuff films and stuff. It's, oh my gosh, just so sad and disgusting. And
yeah, D. Rotmer says the wine is embarrassment to my state. He's also taking Biden's illegals. So they're dumping also these illegals out everywhere. They're dumping them everywhere.
I wish I would have saved this article. I saw this article that said they were actually putting them on busloads like all around Texas and Florida. And I just saw a tweet not too long ago where somebody in Florida said, things are really changing in Florida with all these people coming here. And it made me think, you know what? They're always like, they're so devious. They're already plotting to how to take down Florida and Texas because they're so strong, with
and Nick
all these
made
things.
A good point. Nick made a good point. Chatty said, have you ever heard about all the immigrants queuing up to get into China? He hasn't. But, China's so great. But why they want to come to America if we're so horrible left, the Democrats. We're such a horrible, decrepit place to live. We got thousands of people pouring over our southern border to get here. That great point. That people bringing up about Hong Kong. Yeah, what happened with Hong Kong? We're over here worried about Iran. We're bitching about Syria and all this other stuff. And yet what happened with Hong Kong, what China did to Hong Kong that nobody seems to be talking about anymore, is they sit there and protest and protest and protest because they had that 25-year, I believe it's 25-year agreement, and China did not follow through. They just literally went in and rounded these people up and basically have taken over Hong Kong.
Wow.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Facts Over Feelings 22 says farmer found 5 children left overnight at the border, all under 7 years old. Yeah, we don't care. Yeah, that I did see that story. It's so sad that rancher farmer found those 5 little girls, I believe.
Yeah, I'll try to bring it up because I watched that last night. So if I can bring it up, I'll show you. It was on the 5 we're talking about it. It was in my thread. I'll try to see.
Not only are they here and what do you do with all of them, but just think of how damaged they are now. I mean, how damaged they are to be given away by their parents, to have gone through all this horrendous stuff that they're going through. Oh my gosh.
It's not good. I mean, it is not good. I'm trying to find it because it was like in the last couple days.
Was it maybe in the Gateway Pundit?
No, it was, well, Fox had shown, it was on Fox's channel because the 5 were the ones having the debate about it. I don't know. 5. Oh, yep, here we go. Found it. All right, here, I'm going to show this with you guys. Let me get to the part where it shows these kids. This is what if you haven't seen this, I'm sure some of you maybe have, but here's the clip of these little kids, man. These kids, there's no adults around. One little girl so little she couldn't walk. Here they are. They're blurred. Faces are blurred out. Here's the kids. They're leaning against this truck tire because these farmers found them, and they're trying to sit them in the shade.
A Texas farmer and his family found 5 young migrants, including a baby, abandoned in the blistering heat. Here's the moment.
There's the workers. One of the workers' wives is look at this little baby, all by themselves, guys.
Oh my
they were found.
Gosh.
No mother, no father, no nothing. This is one of our workers' wives right here taking care of this tiny one. No one with these children.
So
yeah, that's the compassionate left, and this is the lady that during this broadcast, this one down here in the middle in the blue shirt, said that she had a friend that was a farmer in Texas to Skeeter's Point where they're finding bodies in the river. So yeah, by the way, there's AOC and all your compassion, AOC. There's your, you care so much about this country and Americans while we're broke. You're printing out money, money hand over fist. You're letting people flood into our southern border without even being you're so-called vaccinated or being tested half the time. Then you're shipping them off to all these other states that didn't ask for them. That don't need an illegal population sitting over there that are never going to show up to court. And we got an economy that's depressed because we have so many Americans that have lost their businesses. And your solution is to flood it with hundreds of thousands of people that have no job, have no money, and then flood them into our country while we're in a crisis. And we can't afford it. We can't afford it.
Breaking 911 says U.S. Army Corps of Engineers will restart border wall construction in Rio Grande Valley, and it says -N or FNC. I don't know what FNC stands for, but
well, so on the bayou said been seeing lots of illegals in Mississippi. I give them the evil eye. See, they're everywhere. They're shipping them everywhere. And they have like this one church, and that ain't no damn church. That's a front, where they're cycling these people through, and they're giving, I've heard every reports from $2,000 to $1,200, probably if you got a kid, and they're giving them an option to put them on a bus or give them a plane ticket and then ship them, God knows only where they're going. There's that report that I think Owen Shore, I caught it in one of my feeds, where he'd stopped this one woman that spoke Spanish. She showed up at the airport and was questioning this woman. There were 2 one woman she said was probably like in early 20s, barely 20, and another woman with this line of kids, whole line of kids that they were putting on a plane and couldn't tell them where they were sending them. Nothing's going on there.
Wow.
Yeah, where are these kids going? I want to know where these kids are being shipped to.
The numbers are astounding. Just wow.
And Biden just put in the Department of Justice Susan Hennessy, who's the top Russia collusion hoaxer who justified the illegal FISA warrants. Now she's in our Department of Justice. The one that justified illegal FISA warrants is in our Department of Justice. And what ticks me off to no degree is how many times they tried to impeach Trump over and over and over and over and over again with little to nothing, with no evidence. Remember, we had the whistleblower, we couldn't even say his name. They had said he'd heard it through the grapevine. That wound up being a lie. Tried to impeach him on that. But we got Biden's administration doing all this crap, all this stuff to our economy. And then we got Republicans tweeting about it. Thanks, Republicans. Get the hell out. Let patriots sit in there. All of you, get out. Put them, put Americans in there.
President Trump released another statement. A guy named Miles Taylor, who I have no idea who he is, don't remember ever meeting him or having a conversation with, gets more publicity pretending he was in the inner circle of our administration when he was definitely not. Some people refer to him as absolutely nothing. I hear he is on CNN and MSDNC all the time, but he had nothing to do with any of my decisions, and I wouldn't even know what he looks like. He is the guy who fraudulently wrote a make-believe book statement to the failing New York Times, calling himself anonymous. So the rest of it just says that he's putting a group of rhinos and losers together coming out to protest President Trump despite creating the greatest economy ever. Now, why would they put time into doing that? Unless they're afraid or they think something's coming down the pipe. Why would they form a group to go after President Trump now?
Well, it's because they're nervous. But
That's like
they're scared to death because of these audits that are happening. That one in Arizona have got them losing their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that screams that loud when you're just trying to get to the truth, yeah, you should be. You should be nervous because I'm telling you, when the election officials in Arizona admit that they do not have the password that gets into the servers. They didn't have the password, folks. Dominion apparently had it. They didn't even have access to the machines, and that they're trying to dictate and tell everybody they know what happened. They didn't even have access to them. And then find out there's a Microsoft, Bill Gates might have something to do with that divorce filing. There was some kind of Microsoft program installed in them that should have never been there. We're finding out all kinds of stuff.
Absolutely. Well, that's interesting. I think he's dropped like 5 times today. And I have to chuckle at that because there was an article I was looking at today that said, I think it was like from the Post or something, of course. And they were like saying, yeah, Trump's new platform is such a failure. He's only getting this many responses and engagements and blah, blah, blah. And I thought, what? Yeah, whatever. Keep just, putting your little crap out there.
It's so transparent, Sonny. They go after so many views on Fox, so he's let's attack him. They go after Joe Rogan, who simply runs a podcast on Spotify because he gets 10 times more views than Brian Stelter can or Rachel Maddow. So they're jealous. So now they're gonna go after Trump because look at how many people he can bring together and that shows up at his rallies. And then you had freaking Bernie Sanders. When he went out on the campaign trail for Joe Biden, there was no one there. The reason you know that is because a woman was standing in the very front of him with the big damn Trump flag, flying it and blocking his face. That tells you no one showed up. Same thing with Obama. Oh, everybody loves Obama. Obama's the greatest thing in the world. He showed up to do a rally, and there was like 10 people in their cars. Nobody's
I remember that.
Up for him.
Hey, and part of that article said too that the reason how they were kind of watching what that was doing is because on his platform where he has you can tweet it or you can put it on Facebook, people weren't doing that. I'm like, well, of course they're not doing that because people were getting kicked off for putting his stuff out on Twitter and Facebook after he had gotten deplatformed and banned. But you can't tell me that people aren't, sending that stuff around on Telegram and Gab and Parler and Clout Hub. There's still other platforms that stuff is going around on. So he's getting a lot more engagements than whatever is just on the website. Yeah. Smoke
Yeah.
and mirrors.
Oh my, yeah. Look at that. And then, Talia. If I say that wrong, I'm so sorry, dear. I'm telling you, I am horrible with names. She just dropped this in here, which is ironic. And then I'm gonna shut up and we'll close out with whatever you got left. But the CNN Business. This was April the 27th. April the 27th said, coming this summer, gas stations running out of gas.
Yes.
And
I
you don't
saw
think
that.
this is predictive programming, or these people are part of a system where they're spellcasters, guys? And I guess a whole nother story. It's a whole nother show. It gets deep. Some people can't handle it. But yes, they believe in a religion that where they have to put out what their plans are. They can hide it with the people they have in their pockets in mainstream media. But if you look around, it's like Event 201, where guess what they did? They did a whole practice run. And guess what kind of virus it was that got released? It just so happened to be something called Corona.
Yeah, and the other part of that story, I believe, is there some tweets going around, and I didn't know because I have no idea. I'm not in the oil industry, but it's this guy who says, I'm in the oil industry. And remember, like when, like when there's reserves and stuff, you don't just run out. I mean, just if the pipeline gets shut off, there's reserves and stuff. You don't just run out of gas and in a week, it's all gone. And then someone said, yeah, remember when President Trump said we have a bunch of reserves? What happened to all that
Yeah,
reserves?
we do. We have. They don't tell you about that because this is fear porn. It's like,
Right.
again, National Truck Carriers Industry Trade Group, somewhere between 20 and 25% of tank trucks in the fleet are parked heading into this summer due to the paucity, whatever that word is, of qualified drivers. Bullshit. They're sitting there because the economy was shut down. They ain't got anywhere to deliver to. It's the same thing with that fear porn where they kept trying to show you all these farmers that were getting rid of this food. And then everybody came out trying to say it was some kind of food shortage. And come on, 2 and 2 together. What does that make? 4. What
And
was happening?
remember,
You had no restaurants owned operation. You had all these restaurants shut down. You had all these schools shut down. Why do you think there was so much food left over? They weren't having to supply these schools with food anymore.
remember too that the Chinese, there's some they own some of the hog plants in the United States. And remember when Corona hit and they were trying to shut them down and President Trump ordered them to be back open and they opened up and then we didn't have a pork shortage. I mean, farmers were having to kill some of their, pigs and stuff because they couldn't get them to market. There was something with the supply and demand that they had to put some of their pigs down. But I remember him saying, you have to open these plants up. It was interesting.
Again, it's fear porn, and they're desperate. So to me, they're pulling out all their cards because they're desperate. And then, like even Black Lives Matter, if you'll sometimes look at the tweets they're putting out, I think they're waking up to being like, wait a minute now, why do we have these Antifa people trying to burn stuff down whenever during our protests? So now they're running off Antifa. Like, I mean, it's happening, and they don't want to tell you about that though. They want you to still keep thinking that we're all at war.
Think how scared out of your mind you must be, or goofy, to put gas in a bag. How do you even do that? Like that woman you guys were showing at the gas pump where she fills up the bag and then she puts it in the back of her car. And it's like, how could you even do that with the stench of gasoline? I would have it all over me. I would have it all over everything.
It's the same women. This is the same women that think that you can just go drink lake water because you don't need men. Again, I'm going to cover this hopefully in the future with trying to put something together now where, we don't talk about these issues with these damn women that go around saying we don't need men. Well, let them go out here and drink pond water. Okay. Like, again, Darwin Award. We're going to clear up. Okay. We're going to clear up.
You said that.
Any women that think you can drink damn pond scum and lake water, let them do it. Dysteria, whatever. Like, hey, dude, whatever. You can do it without a man. Then the men will let smaller selection, and that the smaller selection will be of smart women that figured out you can't drink damn fish shit. I don't know. I'm going team men right now. The men are probably like, hell yeah, let's weed them out because there's enough of these purple-haired people that are walking around here like they know every damn thing. Like it's like this shit. It's like, again, all we hear constantly is about the damn environment. And here's this tweet: Seattle's thriving. Yeah, thriving with Tent City. Isn't this amazing? These are the same people talking about the environment. You look around all the crap laying on the ground. And they want to talk about, oh, the environment. We love the environment. Look at this shit. They love the environment so much. Here's all their trash. These are the same people that wear a Greenpeace t-shirt. And so guess what? They're the same people that'll drink damn pond water. So let them drink it. That's my suggestion. Don't say a word. If you see someone out there with purple hair and 14 damn nose piercings, and they got a cup, they dip it out there in that pond with algae all over one side of it, just shut up. Don't say nothing. Just be like, well, one less idiot we got to mess with. You know what I mean? They want to mock us about not taking people that don't want to take the vaccine.
Oh,
that's our choice. Let them drink the damn pond water. I mean, I'm sorry, but when they curl over with their stomach freaking hurting, I'm going to be like, you knew it all. You knew it all. You didn't notice your hippie ass friend taking a shit 4 feet away? I don't know what to tell you. That's the same people that'll go in that water and take a dump because they don't have any toilet paper, and their damn friend, I don't know, Sunshine over here 5 feet down is going to take the water out and drink it. It's just like, oh my God, this is what the education system has done to our children. Produced nothing but a bunch of morons. I showed you the green-haired girl, 27 years old, crying to her mother, you can't kick me out, selling psychedelic mushrooms out of her mom's house while she's taking them. And then you wonder what these people's problem are. She can't get a job. She can find mushrooms.
Oh my gosh. I remember the one where the gal is like upset with her grandfather. She lives in his house. She's upset with him. He's watching what she deemed sexist show. And he says, like, I'll do whatever I want or whatever. And then she does this thing where she looks at the camera and her eyes, she blinks her eyes.
They are the same people, Sonny, that are going to drink that pond water. Let them drink it.
And then at the end, she goes, and now I can't live here anymore. And I'm like, well, what'd you expect? He's your grandfather. It's probably his favorite show. He'll watch what he wants.
What? I know where they can go live. I'll tell you where they can go live. Right flipping here. There you go. Right. There's your nice prime piece of property right there. Look right there. There's a hole right there. Right there is where she can go. And when that mayor deserves every day. Now the mayor's crying out, trying to tell his citizens, the citizens, that he wants them to stand up and tell these people to get out. Hell no. When Donald Trump offered you the National Guard to come in here and clean this shit up, you said, no, we don't need no federal assistance. We're not some oligarchy, blah, 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 blah. And now he's dealing with this crap and he wants those same people to do his job for him. If I was in Seattle right now, I'd sit down on my ass with my popcorn and my wine or whatever, and I'd just sit here and watch this shit go down. Be like, And then when you've had enough of it and you're a good person, please amplify this. You're a good person. You don't want to turn a red state to a blue one. Look around in the South. Look around. We'll leave you alone. It's of God's family guns down here. We have fun. We ride four-wheelers. We like mud. We like to grow our own food. We're pretty easygoing folks. We're glowing red down here, except for idiots in Memphis and Nashville where I live. Let them have that shit. I don't care. Get out here in the country. Don't go up there. But we'll leave you alone and let Seattle have Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
You can work online now. Come on down. We'll take you in. Just don't try and take any of those three things, and don't talk about our families. We can, by the way, we can talk about our families till the cows come home. But you call our mama a bitch, and them are fighting words. I promise you. And she could be a huge one, but just don't call her that. And I've never seen. I had to move to Nashville. This is a true story. I had to move to Nashville when I worked at Comcast, and I saw my first homeless person. And the guy in the gas station laughed so hard at me. I was probably 25 years old because he was like, you're looking at him like they're a zoo creature. I was like, I've never seen a homeless person before. He's like, you're kidding me. I was like, no. So I'm sitting there looking. I'll take that back. I seen one in New Orleans one time eating out of a garbage can. I was about 14. That was the first one. But I'd never seen one in the state of Tennessee. And so I was looking at her like she was a giraffe with 4 heads, trying to get a glimpse. And he's like, my God, they're everywhere here. I had never seen a homeless person where I live. Why? Because we have so many churches here, down here in the South, that will not allow that to take place. They'll come together. They'll figure something out. They'll find you a job at one of their little businesses or whatever. But I'm telling you, I had never seen a homeless person. And to this day, I have never seen a homeless person living in the city where I live.
Wow.
Never. I've never seen one. Never.
It's amazing.
Because these churches in the community will lift them up and try and help them. I'm serious. I'm grateful for that. But that's why I reiterate on this platform so many times that please don't believe the narrative that the news is pushing out to you. Like I saw a video of in London, I think it was Rebel News that put it out on Twitter, where the people were walking around London and not a damn one of them had a mask on. But then the media is not going to tell you that. Like down here where I live, we never shut down a business. Not one. The whole time, no business has ever been shut down here where I live. I'm sorry, except for the administrative plaza, which is the city owned, which is a whole nother story. That's the only one I know of that shut down.
And we just got told last week that we didn't have to wear our masks outside, Soko. Outside.
That's stupid as hell.
And the mask mandate may come off by July 1st if we're good little boys and girls, and 70% of us get back.
See, that's the problem. We got to stop letting people try and dictate to us what we can and cannot do. Nobody elected these people to be overlords.
Right.
They were elected to push through bills and try to stop policies that was unconstitutional. No one put them in those offices to be brown shirts. No one put them in those offices to start trying to trample all over our constitutional rights. So if they think that's what they're there for, then we're the ones that are here to make sure the fact that oh my God, look at this video. I was trying to scroll through and found this one to look for this one video I was talking about London. But look at this. Tel Aviv tonight. This was yesterday.
The Iron Dome is amazing. The fireworks and the rockets.
Imagine if they didn't have it, because I'll tell you one thing they managed to hit. I think I heard yesterday, day before, they hit a school. That's what people don't understand. Hamas, they don't care where they hit. They hit a school, they don't care. And those people will hide out. The Palestinians, the people on the other side, will hide out in schools to try and get cover because they know the Israelis won't hit the schools.
Yeah, I did see just something. I lost it now, but it said I don't remember. Sorry. If I come across it, I'll say something, darn it.
This is the stuff that the media is not showing you. If you look at the media right now, Ilhan Omar sitting there defending this stuff, and guess who it was they don't talk about? Look at all this. This is what's stopping it. Where's that coming from? But it's Israel's fault. But they're the ones getting bombarded right here with all this stuff. Look at where they're coming from. And they've gotten so used to it. I remember watching one doc a few months back. Israelis have gotten so used to it. There's a lot of people there that don't even flinch. Oh my God.
Wild.
Yeah. Could you imagine having your little kid be used to that? And look how small it is over there. They're surrounded.
That's what I keep thinking. All those rockets, and it's so small over there, they say.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a very big country. And if they didn't have that dome, they'd be in a world of hurt. And so you have all these people in the Biden administration that have came out and said some of the just most egregious stuff about how Israeli, like Ilhan Omar, is disgusting, man. She's the one, remember, that she brought Karen to the Capitol Hill, and then all these transparent people, she wouldn't allow the press in there. Remember that?
Yeah.
So the
she's
press,
from
they had
my
to stay
state.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think about there. I wanted to show this if I can make it there about London, what they're not showing about London. I got to find it. I'm in Rebel News. I'm hoping I can get there before we.
I'm scrolling. I'm trying to, now that's bothering me that I can't remember what I saw.
Oh, good.
Oh, my memory.
Yeah, this is again why I wish we had people from all kinds of different countries, because we don't cover, it's hard to find this stuff around 8 a.m. Rioters outside Al-Aqsa began throwing rocks outside the mosque. And you hear about too, what happened was they were using the Temple Mount and ripping up the floor and all that stuff to have these violent riots and stuff at. Oh, here it is. Here's one of these things I was talking about, where rioters created barricades and shelters to be used during altercations with police. Stones and rocks were transferred in wheelbarrows and scattered in piles across the area. But they took over look right here. Starting in the early hours of last night, the Temple Mount, Palestine's rioters prepared large piles of rock, stones, and steel beams and firecrackers with the intent of using them against Israeli police forces. They're tearing up the floor to create weapons. It's just disgusting. I've got to find that. And here he is talking about people in Jerusalem. We just want you to cut the heads off Jews with knives. Tell them they could buy one for 5 shekels.
I did
Just
see
tells them where
that.
to do it. Tells them where to cut them. This is horrifying. And this is on Twitter.
They're on
Remember
Twitter, and they've banned President Trump for, saying what he said, but they're on Twitter saying that kind of stuff.
Yeah, again, if you don't think that there's a case for bias here, again, that's allowed on Twitter, talking about cutting the heads off of every Jewish person you could find. But apparently Trump was too controversial. Are you kidding me? I'm going to be mad if I cannot find this. I'm back on the 10th. I think it was, if I keep finding it, if I go past that, this is the 8th. I don't think I'm going to find it.
Oh, here is what it said. Red alert all the way to Galilee. And so it shows this map, and then it shows that the red alert is all the way to Galilee.
It's bad. And nobody's really talking about it. I mean, and this is, again, you don't think they're trying to desecrate churches. They're trying to shut down religion. They're trying to mock it. You'd be amazed. Look, here's a needle drop box off. What is this? That's St. James Cathedral in Toronto. And then here's your needle drop off for the drug addicts. Right beside the church. I'm telling you right now, man. That's why they're attacking Christians in the church group so much, because they're the ones that usually step up and try and help people when the government doesn't do it. So they got to make government your daddy. So what's the best way to make sure that government's your daddy? They need to desecrate churches and mock religion and all this other stuff. It's happened before. And this is another one I found. First, they send us the disease. Now they pay them to fix it. NHS, the COVID test made in China. Look at this. The COVID-19 self-test kits made in China. If there's not some freaking irony in that, I don't know what is.
Oh, my goodness.
Live hugging was never not allowed. Oh, yeah, whatever. I'm trying to. Man, I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I really wanted to share that. You see,
that's so frustrating to try to, try to organize or try to save stuff, and you go back and try to find it, or.
Well, I'll try to share something if I know I want to show it. The problem is, then I wind up, posting tweets in 10 minutes, and people are like, what the hell's going on with Soko? She lost her mind. She didn't tweet anything in 2 days, and now she's just flooding our Twitter thread. So, but it was a video, and I know that Rebel News put it out, and it was in the streets of London. And I mean, literally, it was probably, I don't know, maybe, here we go. Finally, I found it. Hey. Okay, I'm going to show this. I don't think I need audio. It says, maybe I'm mistaken, but I don't see one mask in this clip. This is what it looks like in the area of St. Christopher Place in London, England right now. This is what the news does. Look.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nobody's got one on. But they don't want this getting out. They want everybody to still live in fear and talk about, oh, you can't live your life if you don't follow the government's dictatorship. And these people are like a big middle finger. You know what I mean?
Did they drop the mask mandates in London?
I don't know. Apparently with these people they did. So these people don't care. Again, would be a daddy dragon question. And that's right. Charmaine said, how do you test for a virus they can't capture? The guy that invented the PCR test said it should never be used. They've never isolated COVID. Again, that's a fact. That's a fact with your privilege. And there's a Black Lives Matter with all these. I have a video pulled up of this guy that worked in a nursing home. Guys, I do so much pulling and research and stuff over like a topic I'll get consumed with. And then I'll do a stuff ton of research. And this is one of the guys that was a nursing home assistant that came out and said they didn't have like one case in his nursing home. And then they came around with a vaccine, and then 14 people died within, I think it was within days. I don't know. Let's see if I can find it quickly.
Hello, friends.
Skip it a little bit.
If I am a certified nursing assistant, we know it today as CNA. Part of my job is to LPN, an administrator, a therapy. I
think it's about right here.
Should be spoken about. That should be brought in the front line. Yes, there is a time to be quiet, but there's also a time.
Here we go. Maybe.
So I need to answer this call.
Oh yeah, well, we can get out of here. He's a poor guy, but anyway. All right, so you jump out. We're going to end the show for the day. Sorry, Pixels and 412 are good. Pixels had a family function he was at, and he wanted to hang out there a little bit longer, and so 412 just took the day off because Pixels, couldn't make it. So they're fine. They'll be back, and pay attention because hopefully something will be. I'll start doing something pretty soon here with someone you may have heard of, but have maybe never seen on here. I don't know. We'll see, and to talk about some of these subjects, whatever. All right, Sonny, we'll take us out, guys. Thank you. Please, by the way, and I know it might be a pain if you're in D-Live or Foxhole or whatever. I wish there was another way around it. But if you think of anything you want us to cover, go to the YouTube, or they put out my email all the time, 5x5network@gmail.com. Email us, or right below in the comment section at YouTube. I do look at the stuff you guys post. That's how I find out the doctors, or find out these documentaries, or find out Stu put the stuff about Oracle. Like, that's how I get some of this stuff. And it's hard to pay attention to the chat room because what is just said CIO, what Charmaine thing? The CIA nurse at my doctor's office said they have not lost anyone. Yeah, I know that's the narrative around most people. Okay, put your comments down below if there's something you want me to check out. I promise you guys, I'm going to try to focus on that. Some of the things you want us to cover, and bring that to the forefront, because I know there's a lot of competition, guys, out there with a lot of really great people doing a lot of really good work. So if you are one of those people that go around to these other channels, but then you don't see something really covered on that channel, then please, by all means, tell us about it. I'll look into it. Okay. And with that, enjoy your hump day, your rest of your Wednesday. And thanks for being here as always. I'm happy that 5 of you show up, or 500. I just appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us. And please, again, let me know if there's anything you want us to cover. I really want to, try and bring that stuff to the forefront. And have a good one, guys. We out of here. I don't have Daddy to do it. So bye.